Chapter 589. Fortunately, Helian Wuwei's prestige was there, so no one dared to go against it. Helian Wuwei also gave a lot of compensation to the noble families on both sides of the lower reaches of the Yellow River. Many children of the aristocratic families were able to enter Kongbijuan. Their official positions were not high, but it was also a good thing that they did not dare to dream of in the past. Coupled with the diversion of the river, it was only a 20-mile semicircle, so it could not be considered a serious injury. For a time, Shihe Prefecture was still calm and peaceful. There were only some rumors and gossips in private among the aristocratic families. The common people were still going on with their lives. It was a pity that the imperial edict ordered that no business was allowed near the river. With Kongbijuan in charge of supervising and patrolling, there would be a windfall otherwise. A horse would not get fat if it did not feed at night. The principle of the world was the same. Su Fengnian and Helian Wuwei came to the place where they threw stones and cut the river. This time, the theft of Emperor Qin's mausoleum, which had not seen the light of day for nearly 1,000 years, caused the various forces to be intertwined. Helian Wuwei was in charge of the dangerous business of opening the door to the thieves. Not to mention the other people who crossed the river, one General Zhong Shintong was enough to deal with. Therefore, the old imperial edict did not dare to be careless. Everything was handed over to his trusted aide, Kongbijuan. Su Fengnian saw a group of men and women dressed in Confucian attire on the high platform. Most of them looked haggard and did not have the elegance of a scholar at all. Su Fengnian was surprised and asked, "Children of the school of Moism?" Helian Wuwei nodded and smiled. He did not elaborate on his family background. Su Fengnian changed into a scholar's old man's face. When he climbed over the wall and entered the imperial edict mansion, he was recognized by the white-haired old man at a glance. Other than the spring thunder saber hanging from his waist, the main reason was that the old man and the young man could be said to have known each other for many years. The old man's face was at the root level. The disguise only changed the appearance, but it did not change the qi. That was why the old man's identity was seen through. The witch Shu Xiu used 10 years of her life as the price to create a soul-level face. She handed it over to Murong Tonghuang, who was far more ambitious than her sister Murong Wuzhu. Helian Wuwei took Su Fengnian and walked slowly along the riverbank. A few days ago, there was a rare rainstorm. At the beginning of the river cutting, the effect was not obvious yet. The water level of the river was still much higher than the previous years. The water was turbulent and surging, it was very muddy. The sound of the rushing river was like a thunderclap, intimidating people just by looking at it. Su Fengnian left the Spring Thunder Saber and the Spring Thunder Saber at his mansion. His hands were empty as he squatted on a huge rock by the riverbank. The water vapor assaulted his face. His ears swelled as he heard the sound. The flow of his qi was imperceptibly pulled by the river, so it was several times faster than usual. Helian Wuwei threw a stone into the river. There was not even a splash. He said with emotion, "When I was young, I often swam in the river after the rain, but I liked to swim against the current. Now I can't swim anymore. After I got old, I became interested. If I really want to go into the river, I can only choose the gentle part of the river. Even if I don't want to, I have to be old." Just as Su Fengnian was about to speak, he saw a group of people dressed in luxurious clothes slowly approaching. They were talking and laughing. The leader of the group was a tall man. His simple gestures had the aura of a ruler. Behind the man were a few unfamiliar faces. Lu Gui and Lu Qin, father and daughter, Zhong Tan and the maidservant Lu Daogu. Other than Lu Qin, he had only met the rest of them once. Su Fengnian was originally worried that Lu Qin would be exposed after seeing him. He did not expect that she would not even look at him. She was even more of a stranger than a stranger. Su Fengnian squatted and did not get up. Helian Wuwei glanced at him and restrained his qi. He said calmly, "That is Grand Admiral Zhong. He has a good relationship with Beimang's imperial tent. He is better at being a person than leading an army. It's a pity that his brother, Zhong Liang, is not here today." When Zhong Shintong saw Helian Wuwei, he laughed and walked quickly towards him. He kept a distance from the people behind him. The powerful Grand Admiral Zhong regarded himself as a junior. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, old General Helian." Helian Wuwei didn't want General Zhong to give him the cold shoulder. He slapped Su Fingnian's head as if he was an elder disciplining a good-for-nothing nephew. He scolded angrily, "Get up and salute General Zhong." Su Fingnian helplessly stood up and bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. Helian Wuwei looked angry. He sighed and said, "I've made a fool of myself in front of General Zhong. This distant relative's younger generation is stubborn and doesn't know the rules." The old man turned around and glared at him. "You think you can be arrogant just because you read a few baskets of books? Did you become the top scholar or the prime minister? You only know how to look at the sky from the bottom of a well. You're useless. Take General Zhong's eldest son, Zhong Tan, for example. He's only a few years older than you, but he's already a real Jinglang commandant. He's in charge of 3,000 elite soldiers and almost became the first top scholar in this dynasty. He's 100 times better than your useless articles." Zhong Shintong saw that this good-looking young man wanted to say something but stopped. He must be afraid of the Zhong family's reputation, so he suppressed his scholarly spirit. However, he did not look happy. Grand Admiral Zhong was not surprised that Helian Wuwei was a distant relative. Helian's surname was a popular surname in Shihe province. Helian Wuwei was born in an official's family. However, his family declined and he joined the army. Helian Wuwei was a general who had fought hundreds of battles. He was famous in Beimang for being a diligent scholar. He had never fallen behind in his military career. He had a good impression of scholars. If a descendant from a declining family had a chance to become the top scholar, Zhong Shintong would also have high hopes for him. Zhong Shintong did not want this kind of trivial matter to dampen the atmosphere and harm the long-term situation. Therefore, he smiled and comforted, "Old general, don't think too highly of my son. He's just a few years older than Helian." Su Fingnian whispered, 3,000 soldiers and horses are nothing. When I become famous in the imperial court, even leading 30,000 cavalry will be too little." Chapter 590. Helian Wuwei kicked him and glared at him, saying, "Those armchair strategists of yours don't count for shit." Su Fingnian dodged the soft kick and turned his back to the crowd, as if he was being looked down upon by an elder in front of an outsider. He was somewhat embarrassed. Zhong Shintong found it amusing to see Helian Wuwei and the others staring at him with wide eyes and thick necks. He acted as a peacemaker and said a few polite words about how it was a good thing to be young and ambitious. Then, the two mainstays of the Beimang army left the crowd and walked along the shore. What they were talking about was naturally the next step after cutting off the river and cutting off the flow of the river. Both of them seemed like straightforward old foxes, so it was inevitable that they would scheme against each other. Generally speaking, the elite army of Hishi, Kung Bijuan, was responsible for cutting off the river and expelling those Jianghu idlers who dared to approach Emperor Qin's mausoleum. The Zhong family had promised to bring Kung Bijuan a large amount of high-quality iron ore at an extremely low price. The old man had a pure heart and few desires, and his reputation was second to none among Beimang's 8 feudal officials. Zhong Shintong also did not believe that Helian Wuwei would covet the treasures in the mausoleum and have the intention to kill him. If it was Murong Baoding, whose martial prowess was above Zhong Liang's, Zhong Shintong would never dare to ask a tiger for its skin. They had a secret conversation, and the conversation was very pleasant. Zhong Shintong looked back. Zhong Tan and the father and daughter of the Lu family did not fit in with Helian's younger generation. It was reasonable. Zhong Shintong frowned as he walked slowly. His younger brother said that he wanted to go to the princess's tomb. He asked him why, but he did not answer. He had long been accustomed to his younger brother's absurd and unrestrained behavior. However, this time entering the tomb was of great importance, and there was no room for the slightest mistake. Zhong Shentong knew a little about the relationship between Zhong Liang and the little girl in the princess's tomb, but he did not know the bottom of it. Zhong Shentong also did not want to get to the bottom of it. He only hoped that this time entering the tomb with the group of wandering ghosts in the princess's tomb would not cause any unnecessary problems. As the guardian of the princess's tomb, this time it was no different from embezzlement. Zhong Shentong's heart completely did not trust them. Zhong Shentong and Helian Wuwei suddenly gathered their qi, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. In a trance, a white rainbow came across the river, tracing the source and rushing upstream. Wherever the white rainbow passed, it split the waves, and the water rose sharply by 10 feet, fiercely slapping the banks. The white rainbow rushed forward into the distance, and more than a dozen fluttering clothes like butterflies descended from the sky, as if to block the white rainbow's path. Those colorful clothes were like flying fairies in the murals, and their sleeves were several feet long. Moreover, each sleeve was connected with a wisp of cloud and mist, becoming more and more agile, like celestial beings descending to the mortal world. Zhong Tan opened his eyes wide. He naturally recognized those floating women who pretended to be mysterious. They were exactly the same as his uncle Zhong Liang's description. They were the unique colorful clothes of the princess's tomb, and they were good at the flying dance with 2 sleeves. It was said that with mutual help, the power of one sleeve could block the gods and Buddhas. A low Buddhist chant entered their ears. Su Fingnian recognized that it was the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva heart mantra. The rainbow-like white robe finally paused, hovering several feet above the river, and stretched out his arm to form a seal. It was a monk wearing a white kasaya, facing the 18 colorful clothes with 36 sleeves. At the end of the last word, the yellow river under his feet began to change. The name of the Buddhist mantra arrived in an instant. The surface of the river behind the white-robed monk suddenly split, and half of the water flowed away, leaving nothing behind. The newcomer stopped abruptly, and suddenly rose several dozen feet, like a yellow dragon leaping into the water, drawing an arc in the air. Following the monk's one-armed seal, after covering the sky, it naturally covered the earth, and pounced on the 18 beautiful colorful clothes that were drawing the clouds from the sky. The yellow dragon went first, followed by the white robe. The beautiful colorful clothes were scattered in the blink of an eye, along with the clouds in the sky. Some of the 18 women fell into the river, some fell onto the shore, and some were even knocked several dozen feet away by the yellow dragon. They were in an extremely sorry state, and no longer had the slightest bit of celestial aura. The white-robed monk ignored those women who were like mantises trying to stop a chariot, and continued along the river. The water of the yellow river came from the sky. The Beimang Orthodoxy's Tao De sect was in the sky. If the white-robed monk wanted to go to the Tao De sect that was overseen by the Qilin spiritual master, the easiest route would be to walk along the river. Zhong Shentong said with a gloomy expression, "White-robed monk Li Xiaoxin." Helian Wuwei sighed in admiration, as expected of the invincible Vajra that once made the number 1 person of Beimang helpless. Zhong Tan turned his head to the maid Lu Daogu and joked, "Your princess tomb's soaring sleeves are too weak. With just this weight, you want to challenge the great ideal Luo Yang." The maid dismissed it with a smile, and pointed a finger into the distance. The 18 colorful clothes failed to stop him, and a tall figure appeared out of nowhere. They were too far away, and it was impossible to tell if he was a man or a woman. When this person spread out his arms, it was an extremely grotesque appearance of 4 arms. When this freak raised his arms, the 18 defeated colorful clothes were pulled into the air like puppets on strings. Zhong Tan said in surprise, "It's your little idea. Then my uncle's taste is too heavy." Lu Daoga shook her head and said, "It's a living dead object that has been enshrined in my princess tomb for 300 years. I advise you not to go near and see it with your own eyes, or else you won't be able to sleep. In addition to having 4 arms, she was born with 2 faces, one of which is Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's compassionate face, and the other is joyful face. Zhongtan clicked his tongue and said, "Scary, scary." When the white-robed monk on the river saw this filthy object, he was finally angry. He shouted, "My Buddha Tathagata! You evil creature, why don't you rush to the void by yourself?" He raised his palm, and the clouds in the sky drooped down. Countless golden lights shone through the gaps between the clouds, and the Buddha's light was boundless. Then, the white-robed monk's hands formed 3 mudras in an instant, which were respectively cleansing sin, and destroying sin. In the blink of an eye, the rainbow disappeared into the distance, leaving only a sentence, "When I return from the Tao De Sept, I'll send you into reincarnation." The otherworldly object curled up into a ball, and then stretched out as before. However, the 18 colorful clothes puppets were all destroyed. After the otherworldly object stood up straight, it stiffly twisted its neck. Then, it went straight to Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian was dumbfounded. "Did I provoke you?" Chapter 591. Chapter 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That filthy thing ran towards Su Fengnian on the river with a happy face. Its beautiful face looked like a happy woman, but behind its face, it gave off a gloomy and lifeless aura. There was no joy in it at all, especially when this 300-year-old freak had 4 arms. When it flew across the river, all 6 of its limbs swayed back and forth. It was wearing a vermilion robe with wide sleeves, which made it look even more strange and terrifying. Su Fengnian knew that. Just now, he and Helian Wuwei had been putting on a show. He had plotted against Helian Wuwei and fooled the old fox, Zhong Shintong. If he was forced to reveal his true form by the strange otherworldly item, let alone Zhong Shintong, even a fool would be suspicious. Besides, Su Fengnian was unarmed. He didn't have the spring and autumn sword or the spring thunder saber. Although the otherworldly item was defeated by Li Dongxin's 3 seals, Su Fengnian didn't have that kind of skill. He cursed in his heart and looked around, hoping for a hero or heroine to help him. Unfortunately, he didn't see the white-clothed great devil Luo Yang or Zhong Shintong. Instead, he caught a glimpse of the mischievous look in Zhong Tan's eyes. When he looked at Su Fengnian, Zhong Tan didn't even bother to hide it. Obviously, he was sure that Su Fengnian would be swallowed by the otherworldly item. Therefore, he didn't bother to hide his plan with a man who was about to die. In the end, the old military commander was kind-hearted. He took a step forward and stood in front of Su Fengnian. He was betting that Zhong Shintong would intercept the otherworldly item for the sake of the tomb robbery plan. However, he didn't expect that Zhong Shintong would be so calm. He squinted his eyes and didn't say anything. He just stood aside and watched. Facing this unexpected disaster, Su Fengnian sighed inwardly. He didn't have the face to make an old man with mediocre martial arts suffer. He took a step forward and passed by the Helian Wuwei. Although he had restrained his chi for 50 to 60%, his momentum was already as loud as thunder. The otherworldly item kept in the princess tomb was right in front of him. The bright red robe turned around, and the joyful face turned into the compassionate face of Ksitigarbha. Its 4 hands were like a cage that covered Su Fengnian's head. Su Fengnian twisted his legs, and his empty hands formed the Fuyao stance. The green-robed Su Fengnian was like a green dragon drinking water. This was the first time he clashed with the otherworldly item. 2 of the arms of the red-robed otherworldly item were deflected by the Fuyao stance, but 2 of its arms were still hooked onto Su Fengnian's shoulders. Fortunately, the wounds were not so deep that his bones could be seen. Su Fengnian, who didn't dare to use all his strength to resist, was lifted up by the otherworldly item and thrown into the turbulent yellow river. When the otherworldly item saw Su Fengnian bending his knees and squatting on the surface of the river, he slapped the water with his palm and rushed to the other side of the river. The otherworldly item chased after him. Its speed was much faster than the retreating Su Fengnian. When it was only 20 feet away from the surface of the river, the otherworldly item's bright red gown made a few almost inaudible puffing sounds. However, its 4 hands still clung onto Su Fengnian's head and hands. Just as it was about to exert its strength to tear them apart, Su Fengnian looked at the joyful face a few feet away from him. His entire body sank. He brought the otherworldly item down into the murky river. The moment he entered the river, apart from the golden-threaded morning dew double swords, he didn't care if he left any traces behind. The other 10 flying swords flew out of his sleeves at the same time. Not only that, he used the golden-threaded morning dew double swords to protect his body. He also used the golden-threaded morning dew double swords that Luo Yang used last time at Dunhuang City Gate. He used the water as a sword, and the sword aura rolled down the dragon wall toward the extremely repulsive otherworldly item. In addition, he also used the immortal's headstroke along with his Hushu paddle. He didn't care about anything else as he randomly slapped the otherworldly item. Fortunately, they were in a hidden place near the bottom of the river. If they were on land, this kind of lowly technique, which looked like a hoodlum fighting a shrew, would be really embarrassing. However, it couldn't be said to be methodical, but its power was impressive. The otherworldly item was obviously hit several times by the immortal's headstroke. The man and the monster completely slipped away from the bottom of the river. It was probably because Su Fengnian's methods were endless and the monster's brain was not that bright. For a moment, it was actually controlled by Su Fengnian. Other than being unable to struggle free, Su Fengnian's injuries were not serious. The river water was filthy, so Su Fengnian could not see whether Su Fengnian's expression was happy or sorrowful. With the support of the great yellow quartz cultivation and the great Vajra's physique, one breath after another, his chi ascending to the Kunlun Mountains and circulating endlessly. This time, he attacked to his heart's content. Everyone on the shore had different expressions, but without prior agreement, they all ran downstream along the shore. Helian Wuwei's face was ashen. He first glared at Zhong Shintong, but seeing this fellow's indifferent expression, he saved his energy. His mind was full of thoughts, thinking about how to save Su Fengnian. Not to mention this fellow's sensitive identity, just based on the fact that they had been close friends for a long time, Helian Wuwei could not bear for him to die for no reason in the Yellow River. Taking 10,000 steps back, if Su Fengnian died in front of him, what if lame Su lost his mind and acted up? Did he really think that the Bailiang cavalry would not have the guts to trample all the way to Shihe province? Helian Wuwei was not afraid of war, nor was he afraid of the suffering of the people. However, the old man only wanted to fight Gu Jiantang head-on one day. He did not want to be enemies with the people who had saved his life on the battlefield. Helian Wuwei did not want to be enemies with Gu Jiantang. In the distance, more than a dozen elite guards were waiting for orders. When the otherworldly items suddenly attacked, they galloped toward Helian Wuwei. The old man gave the order in a deep voice, asking them to go to the Zhejiang station and mobilize 1,000 elite Kongbijuan soldiers to help. Helian Wuwei was originally a guest of the Princess Tomb who favored Big Idea. He was not afraid of offending Small Idea's faction. How dare he attack me in front of me? Does he really think that Kongbijuan is useless? As an outsider, Zhong Tan was particularly relaxed. He could watch a good show if it didn't concern him. While running, he even had the mood to flirt with the maidservant. So this guy is actually a real person who doesn't show his true colors. He looks like a pale-faced scholar, but he can actually take the attack of that filthy thing head-on. If it were me, I wouldn't be that relaxed. Let me tell you first, you can't fall in love with him at first sight. The maidservant Lu Daogu's waist was wearing a delicate sachet embroidered with half of a woman's face. She subconsciously touched the sachet and said helplessly, "Young master, you must be joking." Chapter 592. Lu Gui did not move. The ancestral temple of Lu was made up of scholars through and through. He might as well not join in the fun and stay far away from this troublesome place. This kind of supernatural power could not be provoked, and Helian Wuwei was the same. One was a great general while the other was a provincial governor. Both of them were first-rate nobles in Beimang. Even the empress had to weigh their worth. Lu Gui could not afford to offend them, but he could at least avoid them. When Lu Qin wanted to follow the group, he was stopped by his father. Lu Qin turned his back to his father. His shoulders were trembling as he stared blankly at the surface of the river with splashes of water. "You're so stingy that you didn't even tell me your real name. Are you going to die just like that?" The 18 puppets stood up again and flew in all directions. Their long sleeves fluttered in the wind, making them look very beautiful. Then, they rushed into the river again. Su Fengnian was very busy underwater. He either used the opening shoe style to open the river or used the 12 flying swords to tie his hair. In short, he did everything he could to prevent the otherworldly item from getting close to him. He used all of his trump cards. Since no one could see what was going on underwater, he could find some joy in the midst of hardship. The otherworldly item's killing technique had not yet been revealed. However, even after being pierced by dozens of flying swords, it did not show any signs of weakness. The red-robed man with a strong aura was still wandering around the area of 3 feet around Su Fengnian. He was like a lingering spirit that was attached to the bone. The good times did not last long. When the 18 colorful clothes entered the water one after another, Su Fengnian began to be battered and exhausted. The women in colorful clothes were dead creatures that did not know pain. They did not have any so-called fatal injuries. Each of their sleeves was a long sword. They hit Su Fengnian's chest in one hit. A submerged reef was smashed by Su Fengnian's back. This group hunt reminded Su Fengnian of the dangerous scene when he fought against Bodhisattva Tuoba on the grassland. He began to be malicious and full of hostility. He hardened his heart and took a blow from the sleeve. His right hand pulled the sleeve in front of him and his left hand slapped the woman in colorful clothes from head to toe. The colorful clothes that lost their support floated to the surface of the water. Their beauty disappeared in a flash on the surface of the river and quickly disappeared in the rolling East River. The otherworldly item was very patient, and its 4 arms were not for nothing. It lured the remaining Kai into the water, and when it failed to hit him, it would come out and wait for an opportunity to make its move. Su Fengnian was tired of dealing with it. Suddenly, the pressure on Su Fengnian suddenly decreased, and at the same time, he lost the aura of the Kai and the Kai. Even though he was swimming under the water, Su Fengnian could still hear the roaring sound that shook his eardrums. He cursed in his heart. It was a fall into the water. When he was touring the Yellow River with Helian Wuwei, the old man told him about a magnificent scenic spot with steep boulders on both sides of the river. The mouth of the river contracted and tied up the slender waist of a woman. The water of the river gathered into a horseshoe-shaped valley and flowed down 3,000 feet. It was enough to shake the hearts of the tourists. However, the problem was that Su Fengnian was in the middle of it, and he was not in the mood to relax at all. He knew that Vermilion's double-faced otherworldly item would kill him in the next moment, so he focused and held his breath. Sure enough, the water fell into the mouth of the giant pot, and Su Fengnian was pushed out of the water column by the inertia. He was suspended in the air for a moment. Amidst the rising mist, the water in the big pot under Su Fengnian's feet was boiling. The otherworldly item was only a little bit lower in the air, and its face was full of joy. The 17 Kai clothes attacked at the same time, and Su Fengnian was pushed half away. However, more than 10 long sleeves still wrapped around his head and limbs. If this kind of technique succeeded, it would be 100 times more cruel than being torn apart by 5 horses. Su Fengnian's body did not fall, but instead rose higher. The qi in his body flowed like a river flowing into the sea, one acupoint after another, meridian after meridian. He clapped his palms together and bowed like a monk. As he clapped his palms together, the entire magnificent waterfall suddenly stopped. The yellow river, which had flowed to the sea for thousands of years, suddenly flowed against the current. A fault that had not been seen for hundreds of years appeared in the river. The cliff behind Su Fingnian revealed its true appearance, shocking the world. It was a 9-dragon wall, with 9 ferocious dragons fighting over a huge pearl. It was vivid and lifelike. The torrential river had washed over the dragon wall for nearly 1,000 years, but the dragon wall was still intact. The profound and mysterious carvings in the past were simply unimaginable. At the critical moment, the red-robed Yin Lu showed a hint of absent-mindedness. Su Fingnian was the initiator of this miracle, but he didn't know how magnificent the scene behind him was. At this moment, if he dared to be distracted, Su Fingnian wouldn't be able to survive even if he had several more lives. Since the otherworldly item had revealed its weakness, Shi Yan didn't hesitate to take it. He clasped his palms together to gather energy. His palms touched his palms, then he suddenly opened them. Normally, qi, whether it was the true qi of Taoism or the righteous qi of Confucianism, was as mysterious as the words in the ancient books. Since ancient times, they were mysterious and could only be meditated on but not seen. It was common sense. However, a purple mark appeared between Su Fingnian's eyebrows on his palm. It condensed into a purple qi that naked eyes could see. Purple qi from the east. Purple with a hint of gold. The purple qi moved like a dragon, piercing through the 17-colored clothes. The otherworldly item could only watch helplessly as the puppets that the princess tomb had spent countless resources to build were blown up. It gazed at the dazzling purple qi and stuck out its tongue to lick the corner of its mouth. It looked like a greedy glutton who had seen the most delicious food in the world. One by one, the colorful clothes fell into the misty river channel. They spun around and disappeared without a trace. The spendthrift vermilion opened its mouth, shrank its abdomen, and inhaled quickly. Su Fingnian didn't have time to guide the purple qi back to his body. He saw the purple qi, which was only 1/3 of its original size, being sucked into the otherworldly item's mouth. Its eyes were filled with purple qi, and its happy face became even more sinister. Its cheeks puffed up as it chewed. In the next moment, it dashed to Su Fingnian, who was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Then, it pounded on Su Fingnian's chest with its 4 hands. Su Fingnian's Fata Morgana immediately collapsed like a building. At this moment, he finally understood how cruel the otherworldly item's attacks were. It wasn't stupid or weak, but it was too smart. Not only did it know how to show its weakness to the enemy, but it also knew how to deal a fatal blow at the right place in time. The power of the blow didn't split open Su Fingnian's stomach, but it still sent him flying like a kite with its string cut. The giant stone wall was carved with 9 dragons fighting for a pearl. The river, which had stopped flowing for a while, continued to pour down. Su Fingnian was about to do his best to exchange his life with the otherworldly item. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw the man in white floating over. He pressed one hand on the otherworldly item's face and pushed it toward the 9-dragon stone wall. When he brushed past Su Fingnian, he gently pushed his palm forward. Both of them and Vermilion's otherworldly item flew toward the dragon wall. The man in white pressed his palm on the pearl that looked like a pearl and pushed it a few inches into the dragon wall. A big mountain wall suddenly turned upside down, and the 3 of them were smashed into the wall. Outside the wall, the river was still flowing. Inside the wall, there was a completely different world. Chapter 593. Chapter 2. After the dragon wall flipped over, it was another world. However, it was not a dazzling array of jewels, but a pitch-black one. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Su Fingnian staggered and looked around. He could roughly see that it was a 10-feet wide corridor. The imperial mausoleum had the style of a royal family, but there was still a distance from the tomb. This journey was destined to be dangerous. Su Fengnian would rather die than walk in front. Without the protection of a yin-yang master or a mechanism master, recklessly entering was no different from committing suicide. Su Fengnian was just about to discuss with the white-clothed demon whether or not to throw the two-faced, four-armed demon into the corridor. Unexpectedly, the woman kicked the red-robed otherworldly creature into the corridor and grabbed Su Fengnian with one hand, throwing them in together. Not only could he see the two tigers fighting, but he could also test the secrets. It was killing two birds with one stone. Su Fengnian had just cursed in his mind when that filthy thing stretched out its arms to attack him. It was more than 10 feet wide, so it couldn't move nimbly. Therefore, Su Fengnian had no choice but to fight it in close quarters. It was said that two fists couldn't fight four hands. If Su Fengnian really encountered one with 4 arms, he wouldn't even have a place to complain. Perhaps it was because it no longer wanted to hide its strength, so it attacked Su Fengnian fiercely like raindrops. It hit Su Fengnian's crotch with its knee. Su Fengnian wasn't a clay bodhisattva who didn't care about worldly affairs, so he didn't hold back. He used one hand to press the otherworldly item's knee and let the evil creature's hand slap around his ears. Then, he used its remaining hands to push his chest. Su Fengnian risked his life to punch the otherworldly item's heart. Both of them hit the wall at the same time, but they didn't forget to kick each other. Then, they used the rebound momentum to give each other an even more vicious blow. Su Fengnian was hit between the eyebrows of the otherworldly item with his finger. Then, he hit the wall with a dull thud. Both of them bounced back and forth like 2 rubber balls. Both of them were full of killing intent. The otherworldly item's red robe fluttered like a red bat, aiming at Su Fengnian's crotch. It was addicted to teasing his crotch. Su Fengnian's wet green robe had already been dried by his qi. He rewarded the otherworldly item with a few flicks of his finger and hit Su Fengnian's forehead between its eyebrows. If it weren't for the darkness in the corridor, this kind of fight between 2 donkeys would have made the onlookers cheer. Just a moment ago, Su Fengnian was close to it and grabbed its neck. He immediately raised his elbow and hit its chin. Perhaps in the next moment, their foreheads would collide. Su Fengnian didn't care about aiming and hit its chest with his fists or palms. Unexpectedly, it was as soft as a ball of cotton. Perhaps it was because of the first impression, he was disgusted by the face behind its head. He felt that it was as slippery as a pile of maggots, which made him want to vomit. Along the way, Su Fengnian's face was bruised and swollen, and his body was covered in blood. He didn't know what kind of secret technique this otherworldly item had raised, but it had shown him that it was invulnerable. It was impervious to weapons, water, and fire. Su Fengnian didn't want to get hit less, but his injuries were light. This made Su Fengnian feel aggrieved. It wasn't his Royal Highness style to make a loss. Fortunately, besides suffering losses, this corridor leading to Emperor Qin's mausoleum didn't have any hidden traps. Su Fengnian fought with the otherworldly item for half a mile, but he didn't encounter any hidden traps. If he died in the same tomb as this filthy freak, Su Fengnian would die with everlasting regret. The white-clothed Luo Yang leisurely followed behind him. Suddenly, she frowned. Mount Fusion. Su Fengnian knew a thing or two about geomancy, so his face changed immediately. Mount Fusion was the literal meaning. When 2 mountains merged, it was destined to crush the living things inside. As soon as Luo Yang finished speaking, the corridor didn't close up like Su Fengnian had expected. He and the otherworldly item had to face a common enemy, so they spread out their arms and blocked the wall. With the meticulous mind of the builder of Emperor Qin's mausoleum, the mechanism must have been triggered as soon as they entered the corridor. However, in order to avoid giving the tomb robber a chance to return, the mountain only started to close up in the middle of the corridor. They couldn't move forward or backward, so the mountain closed up as fast as lightning. Su Fengnian's aura surged, and the otherworldly item also knew the severity of the situation. The two enemies didn't dare to make things difficult for each other at this moment, so they used all their strength to push the mountain away. Mount Fusion was simple enough for a mausoleum to be built on the ground, but for Emperor Qin's mausoleum to be built on the bottom of a river, the knowledge involved was beyond imagination. Fortunately, the mountain didn't close up. Su Fengnian and the otherworldly item worked together to create a gap, so the mountain shrank back to its original position. Su Fengnian heaved a sigh of relief. Luo Yang, who was leisurely strolling in the courtyard, said coldly, "If you don't want to die, hurry up and move forward." "It's easy for you to say that." The mountain closed up again. Su Fengnian stretched out his arms and gritted his teeth. After the crisis, the otherworldly items stomped on the ground. The floor of the corridor was made of some unknown stone, but it only created a small hole that was a few inches deep. Su Fengnian saw that the otherworldly item had failed, so he stiffly twisted his neck. It was unclear whether he was annoyed or puzzled. Su Fengnian wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. This otherworldly item's brain was really King smart. It actually thought of digging a hole to hide. If the ground's hardness was normal, the three of them could open up a path underground. Not to mention Luo Yang, who had reached the celestial state a long time ago, even Su Fengnian and the otherworldly item could slowly move forward. In this kind of dangerous situation, a stupid method was always better than having no way to wait for death. However, the Emperor Qin's mausoleum supervisor had obviously anticipated this. This made Su Fengnian curse the 18 generations of that bastard's ancestors from 800 years ago. The interval between the mountain closing up was getting shorter and shorter. Su Fengnian's chances to take a breath were also getting smaller and smaller. However, there was still no sign of them reaching the end. His arms gradually became numb. The air in the tomb was originally turbid, and the yin qi was heavy. Su Fengnian didn't know how many times he had blocked the mountain closing up. He felt dizzy, which he hadn't felt for a long time after practicing the saber. This wasn't a good sign. The demon Luo Yang, who was even more cold-blooded than the otherworldly item, finally spoke a few words of conscience. "Don't worry and rush forward. Use your sword to explore the bottom. It's my turn." Su Fengnian gritted his teeth and ran forward. At the same time, the only complete sword embryo, Morning Dew, rushed out of his sleeve. Chapter 594. When Su Fengnian arrived at an open area, his vision suddenly widened. A large amount of white light dazzled his eyes. Su Fengnian raised his arm to block the light and squinted his eyes. Finally, he saw an ancient bronze door engraved with dense inscriptions. After being stunned for a while, when the otherworldly item also left the corridor, Su Fengnian remembered that Luo Yang was still inside. She must be struggling to move. He glanced at the otherworldly item that was eyeing him covetously and cursed it to get lost. Then, he turned around and entered the corridor. He pushed open the two mountains, and the heavy gravity hit his arms again and again like a bell. Su Fengnian almost thought that his arms were going to be broken. Just as Su Fengnian's eyes turned red and he couldn't hold on any longer, a white-clothed figure appeared in front of him and kicked him out of the corridor. The exhausted Su Fengnian sat on the ground. Luo Yang looked calm, but blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. She gently wiped it and raised her eyes to look at the bronze door that was as bright as day. The mountains behind him had completely closed. Su Fengnian stood up and tried to use a flying sword to open the door, but it didn't pierce the door at all. 800 years ago, the great Emperor Qin's kingdom could unify the world. Li Shan once said that the Bailiang saber, which could be said to be the ultimate weapon, was born from the great Emperor Qin's standard saber. Even most of the powerful crossbows were no exception. However, the great Emperor Qin's kingdom rose like a comet and fell like a comet. Historians pretended to ignore it. Historical materials were scarce. They only knew that after the sudden death of the Emperor Qin, the entire empire was buried with him. The world was torn apart like a deer escaping from its cage. Su Fengnian felt relieved. He leaned against the stone wall and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. If he could survive, perhaps some earth-shattering secrets would be revealed to the future generations that had puzzled them for nearly 1,000 years. The otherworldly item stood at the intersection of light and darkness. It hesitated for a while but still took a step forward. As the light shone on it, its feet burned fiercely and emitted a pungent smell. He seemed to have lost his sense of pain, and, ignoring his poor instep, which was almost burnt to a crisp, he sank into deep thought again. Was there a lightning pool after the mountain? Su Fengnian smiled bitterly. Squatting on the boundary between yin and yang, he raised his head and looked around. The dome was inlaid with pearls that looked like a resplendent starry sky, shining brightly. The stone walls and the ground on the left and right were covered with small mirrors polished by colored glass, interweaving with a bright light. Looking closely, those pearls were actually faintly moving, like the stars of the four seasons. Su Fengnian was shocked. How could these beads be preserved for hundreds of years? One had to know that there were people who said that pearls were old and yellow. After a few years, pearls would naturally turn yellow and deteriorate. Su Fengnian had always disliked the way people worshipped the past and belittled the present. Now that he looked at it again, it was not completely unreasonable. Luo Yang stood beside Su Fengnian in silence. Luo Yang stretched out a hand and quickly drew in the air. It was as if she was spinning silk from a cocoon. She frowned as she did not get the answer she wanted. Coldly, she asked, "Do you know how to move the stars?" Su Fengnian volunteered himself. "I've learned a little about Guo Lao's star sect, Xu Minqing's secret decree of the universe, and Lu Hong's 28 constellations. You can try to deduce it." Luo Yang turned her head, and Su Fengnian met her eyes. Luo Yang sneered. "You only know how to deduce it with your mouth." Su Fengnian resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He squatted on the ground and used a flying sword, green plum blossom, to draw on the ground. From time to time, he would raise his head to memorize the movement of the stars. At first, it was easy to get started, but as time went by, it became more and more difficult. When the deduction reached an obscure dead end, Su Fengnian stared at the messy lines on the ground in a daze. In fact, if this task was given to his second sister, Su Weisheng, who was known as the invincible mental calculator, she might not be able to do it easily, but it would be better than Su Fengnian trying to make a Hail Mary effort. Luo Yang looked at it a few times and saw that Su Fengnian had no clue. She did not have any hope and raised her head to stare at the brilliance of the day. After a moment, Luo Yang said, "The tomb is full of the aura of death. You can live for about 4 hours." Su Fengnian simply sat down on the ground and shook his head. "That's 100% too late. Give me 2 or 3 days to get a rough idea." Luo Yang sneered, "You only know some unorthodox tricks." Su Fengnian angrily said, "Isn't it because you wanted to enter the tomb no matter what?" Luo Yang casually glanced at Su Fengnian and only said 2 words, "Lend me your sword." Su Fengnian asked, "How many?" Luo Yang asked back, "Do you have 13? Normally, Su Fengnian might have said, "I still have another sword under my crotch." But at this moment, he did not dare to have such shameless thoughts. The 12 riding swords formed a line and floated in front of Luo Yang. Luo Yang flicked her finger and the swords flew into the light, disappearing in a flash. One sword returned, and another entered. The 12 flying swords advanced one after another. The flying swords kept circulating, dazzling the eyes. Luo Yang seemed to be talking to herself. Not a single bead can be destroyed. If the formation is destroyed, the light will explode, and there will be no blind spots to escape. The infant will bear the brunt of it. You won't be able to endure for a few moments. Even if I can survive, I will not be able to open that bronze door. I brought you into the tomb to borrow your life to open the door. Infant. This otherworldly item has such a poetic title. Su Fengnian quickly came to his senses and anxiously said, Luo Yang, explain it clearly to me. What do you mean by using my life to open the door? Borrow? How can I return my life if I borrow it? Luo Yang calmly said, your body has a purple gold aura. It is the best tonic for the infant and also the key. If Zhong Shintong and his group came to the tomb, the one to die would be a Southern Tang orphan. Su Fengnian thought for a while, then said seriously, in that case, we should die together in the Thunder Pool. If the Zhong family does not come in, thousands of years later, when the later generations see our corpses, they might think that we died together for love. Luo Yang turned a deaf ear. Luo Yang played the sword as if it were a zither. Su Fengnian watched her concentrate on riding the sword back and forth. Huang Baozhuang. Devil Luo Yang. At this moment, he was confused. When Su Fengnian was young, he also wanted to be one of those famous experts. At the very least, he wanted to be a wanderer who could take revenge. Thus, he often went to the Tide Listening Pavilion to disturb the old people who were guarding the pavilion. He heard many stories of adventures that he did not know were true. He fell off a cliff and survived by hanging on a branch. He entered a cave and saw the corpses of experts. After kowtowing, he received 1 or 2 secret manuals. After coming out, he became a world-shaking expert in Jianghu. He wanted to take revenge and live a carefree life. This made the young Su Fengnian want to jump off a cliff that looked like an immortal. Later, he was enlightened by his second sister. There were tens of thousands of secret manuals in the Tide Listening Pavilion. Su Fengnian sighed. He turned around and saw the sympathetic face of the otherworldly item. He said helplessly, I'm going to die soon. Come, give me a festive face. Su Fengnian thought that the otherworldly item would not agree. Unexpectedly, the otherworldly item spun its red robe and looked at him with a joyful face. Su Fengnian chuckled. Again. Sympathy for joy. Again. Vermilion's robe spun like a butterfly. Su Fengnian was having a lot of fun. It seemed that the otherworldly item was also having fun. Chapter 595. Chapter 1. Luo Yang ignored the playful play between the living person and the otherworldly item and continued to play with the sword. When the Tai-E sword stopped in a strange position, the light in the cave suddenly dimmed. Su Fengnian realized that the starlight in the cave was created by a single line of light refracted by the glass mirror, making the cave as bright as day. Luo Yang's spinning silk out of a cocoon was in the realm of celestial phenomenon, but her technique was undoubtedly at the peak of the mysterious realm. This made Su Fengnian's heart haze. The otherworldly item also stopped moving. Luo Yang waved her sleeve and took out the Tai-E sword and returned the other flying swords to Su Fengnian. She came to the bronze door that was inscribed with countless ancient Xiaozhuan characters. Su Fengnian walked to the door and touched it. He said to himself, these are 2 letters from the Emperor Qin's left Shuzhang. One is for the king and the other is for the tyrant. They both explain the way of the tyrant. However, there are only some fragments left in the later generations. Tide Listening Pavilion only has about 300 words, and each word is precious. Luo Yang asked, you can recognize the contents of the 2 books? Su Fengnian didn't reply to the demonist directly. He just smiled and said, I was forced by Li Shan to learn the Xiaozhuan characters of the great Qin dynasty. When I return to Bailiang, if my master knows that I have memorized the complete Xiaozhuan characters, he will be very happy. He will definitely ask me for half a liter of green ant wine. Luo Yang didn't argue with Su Fengnian and remained silent. The 4-armed otherworldly item was no longer restrained by the lightning pool. It swayed and wandered outside the door. Su Fengnian had a photographic memory, but in order to deepen his memory, he memorized the 2 books as he read. After he finished, he closed his eyes and recited the words in his heart. After doing all this, he turned around and looked at the white-clothed devil. Seeing that she didn't move, he bared his teeth and asked, "Why aren't you doing anything? Didn't you want to use your life to open the door? Remember to pay me back." Luo Yang said calmly, "I only know that I need the blood of the imperial family's orphan as the key. I don't know how to open the bronze door." Su Fengnian asked, "You don't know anything, yet you dare to barge into Emperor Qin's mausoleum?" Luo Yang said matter-of-factly, "It's a gift from the heavens, so I won't take it." Su Fengnian knows that he can't rely on her, so he tries to figure out the secret of the bronze door alone. After a while, Luo Yang says casually, "Your flying sword can still hold on for half an hour. The starry sky above the cave has been completely reversed, and the mechanism has been triggered. At that time, I will kill you and splash your blood on the bronze door." Su Fengnian had a cold smile on his face. "I'm so unlucky to have met you." To his surprise, Luo Yang nodded and smiled, likewise. Su Fengnian's face lit up instantly. "Hey, I don't think before I speak. You, don't take it to heart." Luo Yang exposed him and said sarcastically, "You're about to die, yet you still don't want to say a few words of truth. You've suffered too much in your life. Are all the princes of your Liang dynasty living in such a miserable way?" Su Fengnian ignored Luo Yang and looked at the bronze door with a cold expression. Thanks to Li Shan's strict scholarship, Su Fengnian is no stranger to the ancient Shaozhuan style of the Great Qin dynasty. In addition, when he traveled to Gangnam-do last time, he heard the Song of the Flowing Water talk about the hegemony of the Great Qin dynasty. It can be said that most of the debates of the later generations originated from the 2 books in front of him. No matter if he goes with the flow or against the current, he can verify each other. While Su Fengnian was in a terrible fix, he still heard Luo Yang's sarcastic remarks that he only had half an incense stick's worth of time left to live. Su Fengnian remembered the method White Fox's face used to open the Tide Listening Pavilion's ground floor. He gritted his teeth and made a desperate attempt. He jumped up and cut his palm with his finger. Blood flowed out and he slapped the 2 bronze doors, a total of 9 characters, 5 yang and 4 yin. He waited quietly for a moment, but the bronze doors remained motionless. Su Fengnian didn't need to turn his head to know that the Tai Yi sword was trembling in the air. These 9 characters were the wrong characters that he deduced and didn't fit the main idea of the text. If there was a single mistake, he would have to give up his life here. Luo Yang was obviously not in a good mood, but she didn't forget to ridicule this prince of Bailiang. She clicked her tongue and said, "Try putting in a few more pounds of blood. Don't be stingy." Su Fengnian didn't say anything. He cut open the other side of his palm and was about to let his blood into the trough when the 2 bronze doors creaked and gradually revealed a strange phenomenon under their shocked gazes. The bronze door with the character Wang Shuyang on the left was bright red like the rising sun. The bronze door with the character Ba Shu on the right was dark like a starless and moonless night. The 6,000 characters in the 2 books began to shift and change positions like a stream of water. The 2 bronze doors that were 3 people tall finally shrank into 2 items that were the same height as a person. Even with Luo Yang's temperament and experience, she still had a playful expression on her face. It was enough to see how strange and rare the items in front of them were. A bright red dragon armor. A navy blue python robe. Red leaves fall, fire dragons shed their armor, green pines wither, strange pythons bare their fangs. Su Fengnian subconsciously said, "The left dragon and the right snake. They've been confronting each other for a whole 800 years. Luo Yang narrowed her eyes. "The red armor is mine. Since you've worked hard even if you haven't made any contributions, the green armor is yours." Su Fengnian didn't stand on ceremony and said with a cheerful face, "No problem. I'll send Su Shao later. This set of general's armor is very impressive." Chapter 596. Luo Yang got the fire dragon armor for no reason, but she didn't wear it. She let the otherworldly item wear it. The otherworldly item, nicknamed Little Baby, seemed to be afraid of the wrist of the Grand Master of the Princess Tomb. Without saying anything, it put on the strange armor. Actually, as soon as the otherworldly item's arm touched the dragon armor, the red armor was like a living creature. Water gushed into the otherworldly item's body and condensed into ice, covering the otherworldly item inside the armor. However, the dragon armor was emitting the aura of extreme yang, which was a natural counter to the otherworldly item. The flames were burning fiercely. Even the otherworldly item, which didn't feel pain, screamed and tried to tear the red armor off with all its might. Luo Yang looked on coldly. Su Fengnian was afraid that the otherworldly item would perish together with the dragon armor. He carefully reached out his hand to touch the armor. Perhaps the dragon armor had received the favor of his blood, because the yang flame was suddenly extinguished. It was as docile as a little wife who had just met her husband. Only then did the otherworldly item calm down. Su Fengnian tried to retract his finger, but the flame was burning fiercely like a furnace. Su Fengnian put on the fire dragon armor, and the furnace finally stopped. After checking several times, Su Fengnian was sure that the fire dragon armor really listened to him. After hesitating for a while, he didn't let the otherworldly item burn alive inside the armor. Su Fengnian took off the fire dragon armor first. Su Fengnian then put on the azure python robe. The armor looked heavy, but when he put it on, he realized that it was as light as a feather. It was cold and refreshing, and when he closed his eyes, he could clearly feel a mysterious flow of energy. He had only heard about the blood test, but he had never heard of the blood test for armor. Luo Yang touched the fire dragon armor. After she put it on, the flames were even stronger than the otherworldly item's armor. The flames were like red dragons that were more than 10 feet long. They danced in the air, emitting heat waves. Su Fengnian felt pain just by looking at them. However, Luo Yang looked calm. Su Fengnian couldn't help but admire this she-devil's vigorous internal energy. After the bronze door disappeared, their horizons were naturally widened. A path appeared in front of them. Figurines lined the path, and weapons were pointed at each other. There was no end to the road as far as the eye could see. Luo Yang took the lead, followed by Su Fengnian and the otherworldly item. After counting more than 300 terracotta warriors on both sides of the path, they finally saw the end. On top of the 9 steps, there was a dragon throne with a white corpse sitting on it. This was the only emperor of the Qin dynasty who had unified the world. There were 9 steps, and on each step, there was a warrior holding a sword with both hands. The next 7 steps were made of stone figurines. Only on the 8th step were the corpses of real people. Su Fengnian did not have a good impression of the emperor, nor did he respect him. After all, no less than 6 emperors had died directly or indirectly in the hands of his father, Su Shao. However, when facing this emperor of the great Qin dynasty, Su Fengnian still had some indescribable feelings. Nowadays, the emperor of the great Qin dynasty was only below 1 person and above tens of thousands of people. However, in the imperial court of the great Qin dynasty, according to the historical records, there had never been any emperor who had no power. Even the head of the left Shu clan could only tremble in fear under the emperor's eyes and do his best. However, when facing the emperor of the great Qin dynasty, Su Fengnian still had some indescribable feelings. Nowadays, the emperor of the great Qin dynasty was only below 1 person and above tens of thousands of people. However, in the imperial court of the great Qin dynasty, according to the historical records, there had never been any emperor who had no power. Even the head of the left Shu clan could only tremble in fear under the emperor's eyes and do his best. In the great Emperor Qin dynasty, the head of the left Shu clan led the army while the head of the left Shu clan ruled the country. However, the head of the Left Shu clan died even earlier than the one who wrote the 2 books of the king and tyrant. Su Fengnian sighed. The Su family had been able to survive until today. How light could the burden on Su Zhao's shoulders be? There were millions of households in Beiliang. How many of them still remembered this butcher's kindness? In Zhang Julu's political strategy, Beiliang's biggest role was to consume Beimang's national strength. That was all. Yan Qiji's family, who had fled to the capital, was proof of this. However, Northern Liang could not say that old Master Yan was an ingrate. Moreover, who in the court did not say that this Northern Liang famous scholar, who had just become a relative of the emperor, had the demeanor of a national scholar? Su Fengnian sighed again and again. When he came back to his senses, he saw the red-armored Luo Yang walking up the stairs step by step. She walked to the dragon throne and slapped away the skull of the corpse that was most likely the emperor of the Qin dynasty. Seeing this, Su Fengnian felt his hair stand on end. He thought to himself, even if you are the world's #1 devil, you should at least have some respect for the ancient people. The one you whipped is the emperor of the Qin dynasty. With her back to Su Fengnian and the otherworldly item, the white-clothed woman's eyes were gloomy. She stared at the tiger-guarding talisman on her knees. It was obvious that the emperor of the Qin dynasty wanted to control the world even if he died. Luo Yang bent down and grabbed the tiger-guarding talisman. She took out a strand of golden thread that she had prepared beforehand and tied it to her waist. As she did this, the 2 armored skeletons stiffly pulled out their giant swords and turned around to kneel down. The mechanical puppets from 800 years ago were similar to the Thunder Pool and Yishan. They were still functional even today. The school of Mo's abilities were truly uncanny. Su Fengnian looked at the palm-sized tiger-guarding talisman hanging on Luo Yang's waist. He was a little jealous. Luo Yang looked down from above and saw through his thoughts. She sneered and said, as long as it touches a bit of purple gold energy, it can open the bronze door. It's not rare. However, in the past 800 years, I'm the only one who can touch this tiger-guarding talisman and not die. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Su Fengnian waved his hand and said, no need. Luo Yang lowered her head and looked at the tiger-guarding talisman that still had some luck. Then, she looked at the headless emperor of the Qin dynasty and laughed. She seemed happy and sad at the same time. In Su Fengnian's eyes, why did she feel like a jealous woman who had gone through untold hardships and succeeded in her plot? You're not Qin empresses who had to be buried in the same grave. Why are you happy? Luo Yang picked up the skeletons and threw them down the stairs. They smashed under Su Fengnian's feet. She sat on the dragon throne and took a deep breath. Her eyes were shining brightly. She held the tiger-guarding talisman in one hand and slowly uttered 2 words, the world. Luo Yang closed her eyes and smiled. The world after 800 years. Chapter 597. Chapter 2. Chapter 3 will be uploaded in the wee hours of the morning and will not be included in tomorrow's update. Su Fengnian looked at the white-clothed woman sitting high up on the dragon throne. Compared to when he first met Luo Yang in Dunhuang City, she was even more unfamiliar. However, since Luo Yang was shrouded in fog, it was not a big deal. Su Fengnian looked left and right. The treasures in Emperor Qin's mausoleum were destined to not be limited to the 2 dragon robes. There was also a country-guarding tiger talisman and 2 sets of witch armor that were different from talisman armor. Su Fengnian believed that there would be some other things of a larger scale. Unlike the thin air outside, although the inside of the mausoleum was gloomy, it was not suffocating. The otherworldly item was naturally like a fish in water, inhaling deeply and exhaling very little. It was as if a single breath of air could increase its power. The joyful expression became more joyful, and the sorrowful expression became more solemn. Luo Yang sat on the dragon throne with both hands clasped on the dragon throne and closed her eyes to rest. Su Fengnian passed through the figurine formation, which was a huge formation of carriages and cavalry. When he stepped into the left room, an armory came into view. The bronze wares were rusty. Su Fengnian held a halberd head, wiped away the rust, and looked at it with rapt attention. As the crown prince of Bailiang, Su Fengnian's thoughts were far more profound than ordinary people's. Great Qin was in a transition period where the imperial army was flourishing with each passing day and the imperial army was declining with each passing day. Axes and battle axes, which were worthy of being called Great Qin's military weapons, had gradually begun to fade from the stage of history. However, Great Qin's weapon craftsmanship had reached an unimaginable level. Su Fengnian put down the halberd head and grabbed an arrowhead. It was almost exactly the same as Bailiang's. It was relatively narrow and thin, and the arrowhead had extremely strong penetrating power. It was laughable that during the Spring and Autumn War, countries like southern Tang were still using the two-winged arrowheads that had been eliminated 800 years ago. The length of the arrowheads was far inferior to that of Bailiang, resulting in the lack of weapons. Su Fengnian hid the arrowhead in his sleeve, planning to bring it back for his master, Li Shan, to take a look. He then picked up a bronze short sword and lightly rubbed the blunt edge with his thumb. A relatively stable metallographic pattern appeared. In the military books, it was said that Great Qin smelted metal and tin, and its aura was like the clouds and smoke. Su Fengnian couldn't help but sigh at the magnificence of Great Qin's military strength. He raised his head and looked around. There was a willow leaf short sword from the ancient Western Shu, a boot-shaped battle axe from the land of Tangyu, a T-shaped pek from the southwestern barbarians, and a complete set of armor and smashing weapons from the northern grasslands. There were so many types of weapons, and it could be said that all rivers flowed into the sea. This was indeed the boldness that only a huge empire could have. Su Fengnian turned his head and saw Luo Yang with a gilded tiger talisman hanging on her waist. Behind her were two witch armor puppets. Luo Yang said calmly, "Those ordinary famous swords of Great Qin are no longer suitable to be used today. However, there are a few short swords that are made of flying rocks from outer space. They are similar to Li Chuangong's wooden horse. If you don't mind, you can take them with you." Su Fengnian followed the direction Luo Yang's finger was pointing and found three ancient black sword sheaths that were unique to Great Qin. He pushed the sheaths and looked at the swords. They were all filled with awe-inspiring sword energy. He tore off a piece of his robe and used it as a belt. He put the three swords into a single sword sheath and tied it to his back. Luo Yang sneered, "The treasury is on the right. The golden sand inside is piled up like a mountain. If you have the ability to move mountains and overturn seas, you can give it a try." Su Fengnian smiled, "I can't move it, and I won't leave it for Beimang. I'm going to destroy it before I leave the mausoleum. You won't stop me, right?" Luo Yang did not comment. Su Fengnian headed towards the treasury on the right. As far as his eyes could see, everything was golden. Su Fengnian turned around and suddenly asked, "Can the Zhong and Lu families still enter?" Luo Yang smiled, "I actually hope that they can enter." Su Fengnian asked, "When the time comes, can you make it so that they can't leave?" Luo Yang played with the tiger seal in one hand. Su Fengnian saw from the corner of his eye that her hand was dyed with a golden radiance by the tiger seal. Countless golden threads encircled her arm, then seeped in and disappeared. Su Fengnian pretended that he did not see it. He asked curiously, "The mausoleum of Emperor Qin that we saw, is it the complete picture?" Luo Yang stamped her foot and sneered, "There are still 3 levels below. The first level is the messy treasury, the second level is the coffin, and the last level is the glyph array that supports the entire mausoleum. There's no need to look at the next level. There's nothing to see in the empty coffin. If we go to the lowest level, you and I will both be seeking our own deaths." Su Fengnian said, "Then I'll go take a look at the next level." "Wait a moment." Luo Yang calmly said, "It's time to go." Su Fingnian frowned. You found the way. Luo Yang's eyes were cold. This is your job. Su Fingnian suddenly asked, where's that otherworldly item? Don't make trouble for us. Luo Yang did not answer. She was not reluctant to leave the treasury. She returned to the main mausoleum. This time, she did not sit on the dragon throne. Instead, she stared at the terracotta figures that had been buried with the emperor. Su Fingnian sat on the steps and thought about his escape route. Logically speaking, there was no way that the mausoleum of Emperor Qin would have arranged an exit. After the bronze door was removed, Luo Yang rode back to the Tai sword. Rays of light exploded, and the lightning pool collapsed with a loud rumble, joining together with the He Mountain. Let alone Su Fingnian, even Luo Yang did not have the ability to open up a mountain. The material of the corridor was much harder than gold and stone. Digging out a path bit by bit was a stupid method. Su Fingnian was willing to do it for the sake of his life. The demoness would probably also stand by and watch. When the time came, who knew how long it would take for Su Fingnian to dig to the cliffs of the Yellow River? After Su Fingnian entered the mausoleum, he had lost count of how many times he had sighed. He lowered his head to look at the green robe on his body. He took off his sword case and drew out a short sword to slash it a few times. There was not the slightest trace of a mark. When the tip of the sword touched the green armor, there was no scene of sparks flying. The green armor was like a sentient creature that knew how to use softness to overcome strength. It sank a little, and when the tip of the sword retreated, it instantly recovered. Chapter 598. Su Fingnian cast his gaze over and observed the two ancient witchcraft puppets behind Luo Yang that resembled the red armor of the talisman generals of the later generations. The iron armor wrapped around the bones of the generals. It was a pity that he could only observe them from afar and not up close. Su Fingnian had always been a meticulous person when it came to the unknown, as long as it didn't affect his work. What he needed to do now was to find a way to see the light of day again. However, this was similar to opening a bronze door. He had to rely on his intuition. A headless fly would fly around and never be able to get out. Su Fingnian appeared very calm and peaceful. He was not impatient at all. Fortunately, Luo Yang did not rush him. He was like a wanderer returning home from a long journey, looking at his hometown inch by inch. As for the otherworldly item, it only cared about absorbing the thick filthy qi accumulated in the tomb for thousands of years to nourish its body. Su Fingnian was horrified just by looking at it. If he fought with it now, he would definitely die. He patted the sword scabbard on his knees and felt helpless. The level of a martial artist was very solid. It was different from the saints of the three sections. The difference of one level was like the difference between heaven and earth. As for the freaks like Han Diaoxi who were good at killing people beyond their level, they couldn't be reasoned with. Su Fingnian sat on the stairs in a daze. It was a blessing in disguise. The Tai sword was refined in the lightning pool and the sword embryo was formed. However, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. This flying sword with the greatest killing power was suspected to be an elder daughter helping an outsider. Su Fingnian suspected that Luo Yang would be better at controlling the Tai sword than him. Luo Yang sat on the stairs one level higher than Su Fingnian. The gilded tiger tally was no longer as bright as before. Su Fingnian was shocked. How could absorbing qi absorb fate? This country guarding tiger tally was obviously the remnant fate of the Emperor Qin kingdom. How could an ordinary qi practitioner have the guts to play with it? If he wasn't careful, he would die from overreading. Su Fingnian did not even turn his head as he asked directly, "Are you using the fire dragon armor to resist the influence of the tiger tally's providence?" Although Luo Yang's character was unpredictable, as long as she was willing to say it, she would not beat around the bush. She always spoke her mind. "You are not as stupid as I thought." Su Fingnian smiled and said, "You flatter me." Luo Yang's tone was flat. Are you curious as to why I'm in a hurry to go to the northern ice field to fight with Tuoba before I reach the Earth Immortal Realm? Su Fengnian pressed his palm against the sword sheath. Luo Yang continued, the pearl inside my body has already been nurtured by me to the point of maturity. If it goes any further, it will become an old yellow pearl. That's why Hong Jingyan made his move. But he overestimated himself and underestimated me. In Dunhuang City, the pearl was shattered by Dong Tai. My originally short lifespan became even shorter. Originally, after the battle with Tuoba, regardless of whether I win or lose, I will die. If I want to prolong my life for a few more years, I have to rely on a few extremely rare items. The tiger tally in my hand is one of them, and it is also the most beneficial one. 5 years, I can still live for 5 more years. 5 years is still not enough. Then, Luo Yang said something inexplicable. It's the same every time. 10 years less. She did not give Su Fengnian a chance to think deeply. She pointed at the otherworldly item in the distance and said, it's called the Pill Infant. It's a puppet carefully raised by the princess's tomb for nearly 8 generations. It has eaten the hearts and livers of many Taoist spiritual masters and Buddhist eminent monks. As for the flesh and blood of Jianghu martial artists, it has eaten countless of them. It can live for a long time. Are you jealous? Su Fengnian rolled his eyes and said, it's better to die than to live. What's there to be jealous about? Life and death are important, but Confucianism also has the saying of sacrificing one's life for righteousness. I don't have this awareness, but I do feel that there are many things that are indeed more terrifying than death. My master once said that cultivating Taoism is only to cultivate immortality. It's considered a heterodox path. Cultivating Buddhism is only to cultivate to become Buddha. It's also an obsession. Luo Yang nodded and praised him for the first time. You always mention this Li Shan. In my opinion, he's more of an expert than that Li Chungang. Su Fengnian laughed involuntarily. My master and the old man in the sheepskin fur coat are not the same kind of people. It's not easy to compare them. You haven't seen Old God of Swords Li, so you have such a big opinion of him. If you do, I think you'll regret not meeting that sloppy old man sooner. Luo Yang changed the topic. You don't want to be the emperor. Su Fengnian shook his head. I can't do it. Luo Yang reverted to her old ways. Indeed, you don't have the ability. Su Fengnian suddenly smiled knowingly. Let's not talk about this. I remember a friend once said about the division of women. It's better to be happy together than alone. I'll tell you. That guy suffered a lot. Although most of it was unrequited love, the logic he spoke of was very interesting. He said that there are 3 kinds of women he hates the most. One is the orchid bitch, which is equivalent to a secluded orchid in a deserted valley. They're often fairies and heroines who float out of large sections. They don't carry any worldly aura when they walk, making the world think that they don't need to shit or fart. The second kind is called the white flower bitch. They come from small sects, and their trump card is a weeping beauty, delicate and pitiful. They're often average in appearance and seem to have a graceful temperament, but once they're scheming, they can make men unable to come back to their senses for years or decades. The third kind is called the strong woman bitch. They're carefree and have a heroic spirit that says that they like to hit people, dislike slender figures, and like to be brothers with men. Zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, women, and rouge all go to the side. Luo Yang smiled and said, am I the first kind? Or am I the 4th kind by myself, the devil bitch? Su Fengnian laughed and said, you're exaggerating. Luo Yang dismissed it with a smile. She stood up. Let's go. Su Fengnian was confused. The devil woman's mouth twitched. I remember the way back. Su Fengnian was both worried and happy. After we go out, I still have to compete with Tuoba with you." She sneered and said, "You're still pretending to be obedient after taking advantage of me. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some use, you would have died a long time ago." Su Fengnian smiled and tied up the sword case. He even had the mood to sing in a Bailiang accent, "The furthest road in the world is the road that gets farther and farther away from home." Although the otherworldly Danning was reluctant to leave the mausoleum, it still understood the gravity of the situation. It followed Luo Yang and Su Fengnian to the so-called way back. When the yellow river flowed backwards, the surface of the river would fold up and the water flow was particularly fierce. Everyone saw it, and even Helian Wuwei didn't believe that it was Su Fengnian's doing. He only thought that the otherworldly item was committing crimes at the bottom of the river, revealing its ferocious nature. The old general rushed to the mouth of the long waste pot and silently stood at the edge of the cliff. His eyes were gloomy. The water fiercely fell into the mouth of the valley, and the sound of the waves was so loud that the hoofbeats of the 1,000 Kung Bijuan horses following behind were covered. The mist soaked his clothes, and not long after, Helian Wuwei's clothes were soaked. The dozen or so riders in the lead came to the old general's side. After they dismounted, they didn't dare to say anything. Helian Wuwei retracted his gaze and turned his head to look at Zhong Shintong. The two foxes, who had been in the bureaucracy for dozens of years, looked at each other and smiled. Nothing needed to be said. Helian Wuwei was so angry that he laughed. He was annoyed that Zhong Shintong didn't help him when he was in danger. On the other hand, Zhong Shintong felt at ease. The otherworldly item had attacked without any warning. If the Kung Bijuan wanted to blame someone, it should be the princess's grave. It had nothing to do with the Zhong family. In the government, who didn't smile and hide a knife in their sleeves? It was already very kind of them to not hit someone when they were down. If you, old man Helian, dared to vent your anger on the Zhong and Lu families, the two of us are not soft persimmons that you can bully. Helian Wuwei couldn't wait any longer, so he had to lead the Kung Bijuan back. Zhong Shintong waited for a long time and met his brother, Zhong Liang, who came and went like a ghost, so they returned together. When the mountain closed, there was a mechanism to open the mountain again. After walking through the corridor that was no longer dangerous, the dragon wall flipped over. Luo Yang in white clothes and red armor, Su Fengnian in green armor, and the otherworldly item, the Danning, followed the dragon wall out of the river and into the river channel. Su Fengnian put his palm on the left side of Luo Yang's back. A golden sword completely pierced the woman's heart. When the woman in white fell into the river, she turned her head and smiled. Chapter 599. Chapter 3. In the twilight, a young man in cyan armor sat cross-legged on the edge of the cliff that formed the shape of a woman's waist. Purple smoke rose from the river trough under his eyes. Behind him stood the two-faced, four-armed Danning. Before entering the mausoleum, the two had been fighting fiercely, as if they were irreconcilable enemies. Who would have thought that these two, who were full of evil tricks, would form an alliance in such a short time in the Emperor Qin's mausoleum without any communication? Their spearheads began to point toward the devil Luo Yang. This was also forced by the situation. Luo Yang could easily crush the two of them in her normal state. Whoever stood on the side of Luo Yang, other than asking a tiger for its skin, would have a good end. Before entering the mausoleum, Su Fengnian had wanted to kill Luo Yang. At that time, he had walked out of the corridor alone and returned. It was not because Su Fengnian had a bodhisattva heart, but at that time, even if Luo Yang had died in Mount He would have died in the mausoleum. It was not worth it. After that, he played a face-changing game with the otherworldly item. It seemed boring, but even if it was just a simple exchange of glances, it actually had the meaning of putting himself in the other's shoes. Later on, the otherworldly item absorbed the filthy death aura. Although Su Fengnian looked frightened, in his heart, he was actually happy that it had absorbed all of it. When Luo Yang opened the mountain and flipped the dragon wall, it could be said that Su Fengnian's most exquisite move of the unreasonable hand. It seemed unreasonable, but in fact, it was advancing step by step. Luo Yang considered everyone else to be beneath her. When she opened the mountain, she used the red dragon chi of the red armor to resist the impact of the tiger talisman. It should be known that the red armor was an item that recognized its master. This master was Su Fengnian and not Luo Yang. Luo Yang could borrow it, but Su Fengnian insisted on taking it back. What would the consequences be? In the mausoleum, Su Fengnian had teased the otherworldly nascent soul that had been burned by the flames after wearing the fire dragon armor, which had been partially confirmed. When the dragon wall rotated, Luo Yang was the first to rush out. At that moment, the otherworldly item spat out the filthy energy that had accumulated in its body and restrained Luo Yang's body. It tried its best to eliminate this great devil's inexhaustible aura energy. At the same time, Su Fengnian used the sword control technique to control the red armor. Just like the immortal immobilization technique in supernatural novels, he firmly nailed Luo Yang in the air. Just a moment was enough. In an instant, the sword pierced through Luo Yang's heart. In an instant, the big yellow quartz power traveled 400 miles and exploded in Luo Yang's body, trying to blow up her heart. If Luo Yang did not insist on bringing him to the extreme north to fight against Tuoba when Su Fengnian was testing her, it would have been a close shave. If Su Fengnian had not entered the Vajra realm, if she had already become an earth immortal, if the otherworldly nascent soul could not cooperate well, if any of these were missing, then the sword would not have been used. Su Fengnian had the green python robe to protect his body. The mist could not get close to him. In his hand, he held the blood-stained flying sword, Golden Thread. He was puzzled. Why was she laughing when she fell into the river? Was she laughing at how she was so smart that she was almost invincible, but she failed miserably? Or was she laughing at how her heart was more vicious than a woman's heart? Su Fengnian said softly to the river, "The furthest way is to leave home. I have already told you. But no matter how far the road is, I am not afraid. What I am afraid of is not being able to return to Bailiang. I am very afraid of dying outside of Bailiang." Su Fengnian, who was carrying 3 swords on his back, stretched his body. He turned his head and asked, "Is it our turn to fight with our lives?" The otherworldly item looked at Su Fengnian with a compassionate face. It did not say anything and showed no sign of wanting to attack. This was strange. Su Fengnian asked, "I can roughly guess that the first time you attacked me, you coveted the big yellow quart, the remaining Buddha's golden blood, and the purple-yellow gas in my body. At this moment, you and I have a 70% chance of winning, 70% for you and 30% for me. However, my chances of escaping are not small. But with your greedy nature, don't you want to swallow me alive? If you succeed, your cultivation will skyrocket. The big consciousness Luo Yang will be dead, and the small consciousness will not be able to confine you. The sky is high and the earth is far away. You can live freely in this world with your little immortal body. If it were me, I would have made this deal long ago." The otherworldly item imitated Su Fengnian sitting on the edge of the cliff. It rested its chin on its hands and gazed into the distance. The fingers of its other hands were crossed on its abdomen. It was as compassionate as Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Su Fengnian said self-mockingly, "Anyway, if you don't take the initiative to kill me, I won't make things difficult for you. The well water does not interfere with the river water. It is the best thing." The otherworldly item looked at Su Fengnian with its unchanged face and made a gesture of reaching out its hand. Su Fengnian wiped the blood on the gold thread flying sword. He did not react to the otherworldly item's mocking gesture. "Why are you laughing?" Su Fengnian, who was in a daze, and the otherworldly Danning, who had been in a daze, turned their heads at the same time. They saw the white-haired old man appear behind them. He threw a book box to them and glanced at the number 1 otherworldly item in the princess grave. He said expressionlessly, I've brought it to you. I'm too lazy to ask about other things. I always felt that you shouldn't die here. Hellion Old Man's original intention was to go down the river and look for you for a whole night. Then, I'll take these things to Bailiang. It's also a way to explain to Su Xiao. Su Fingnian suddenly stood up and asked, You don't want to ask where the big consciousness went? What is this green armor I'm wearing? Why didn't the Danning fight with me? Chapter 600. The old man sneered impatiently, Why do you have so many *T questions? I'm just a slave who can't control my own body. Hellion Wuwei is the guest of the princess tomb. If you want to ask, he's the one who led the cavalry to chase after you. This old man has a good relationship with that old man, and he has a good relationship with you as well. Anyway, he's not partial to either side. When the sun rises, this old man will return to the city. In the future, you'll have to fend for yourself. Don't push your luck and think that Grandpa will be your bodyguard. Our relationship hasn't reached that point. Su Fingnian bowed and said, Thank you, Grandpa Chu. The white-haired old man showed a regretful expression and waved his hand. Don't be so sentimental. Get lost. The black sword box with the 3 ancient swords was not big. He put it in the box together with the spring and autumn thunder. It was not suitable for him to go to the magistrate's mansion anymore. It was enough to let Hellion Wuwei know that he didn't die in the Yellow River. As for the tomb robbing between the Zhong and Lu families, Su Fingnian didn't want to get involved. Whether they could find the dragon wall or not, it all depended on whether Zhong Shintong lived up to the name Shintong or not. The fire dragon armor and the tiger talisman in Emperor Qin's mausoleum had sunk to the bottom with Luo Yang. The mountain of golden armors had also collapsed after Luo Yang cut open the mountain. This huge project was 100 times more difficult than cutting the river. Su Fingnian flew to the other side of the Yellow River. While in the air, he lowered his head and looked down. The old man's clear voice came from afar. If there's a chance, go to this old man's grave and propose a toast to old Huang. Tell that blockhead that if you compete with him in this life, you'll be the most convinced when you lose. Su Fingnian flew a few miles and noticed that the otherworldly item was following him. He stopped and asked with a frown, What are you doing? The red-robed core formation stage cultivator licked his lips and raised his hand stiffly, pointing at the green armor on Su Fingnian's body. Su Fingnian thought about it and weighed the pros and cons. This python robe was really not suitable for him to wear, so he simply took it off and threw it to the Dahong Pao otherworldly item. Unlike the fire dragon armor and otherworldly items, the green python armor could help increase the cultivation of the Danning realm. Although Su Fingnian was a little regretful that he couldn't wear the green python armor back to Bailiang, it was better than showing off in Beimang. The green python armor was too eye-catching. Not to mention the others, the Princess Grave and the Devil Zhong Liang would be the first to target him. It was unknown how the otherworldly item had put on its green armor without taking off its red robe. Its 4 arms swayed as if it was dancing with joy. Su Fingnian felt that it was ridiculous. After laughing, he began to run forward. However, after a moment, he stopped and turned around. His murderous aura was thick as he said, Do you really want to pester me? I have the spring and autumn sword. It's very suitable for me to kill a filthy thing like you. Don't think that you can easily win. The otherworldly item's red robe spun, and the 2 expressions of joy and sorrow kept repeating. Su Fingnian asked doubtfully, You don't want to go back to the princess grave? Do you want to follow me? The red-robed otherworldly item tilted its head and stared at Su Fingnian. Su Fingnian continued, Do you want to use me as the most delicious tonic in the world? You don't want to kill me but just slowly nourish me. The otherworldly item's sorrow expression turned into joy. The answer was obvious. Perhaps only Su Fingnian would do business with the red-robed core formation stage cultivator in this world. You can't monopolize the benefits. If I take you with me, I won't be able to live in peace. It's almost the same as me wearing the green python armor. The otherworldly item covered half of its face with one hand and made a throat-slitting gesture with the other. Su Fengnian was so angry that he laughed. Do you really think that I'm an immortal? Do you think that I can know what you're talking about just by making a few gestures? Every time the otherworldly item thought, it tilted its head and moved sluggishly. Then, it pointed at the dragon wall of the Yellow River and drew a big circle. It repeated the throat-slitting gesture and drew a small circle. Su Fengnian thought for a while and asked skeptically, You mean that Luo Yang has a big idea and a small idea? She will kill me. So, as long as you're fed, you will protect me. The happy expression. One wave after another. It was really restless. Su Fengnian asked an important question, then tell me, which one is more powerful? Big idea or small idea? The otherworldly item hesitated for a while. It drew a big circle and then a small one before cutting its own throat. Su Fengnian understood and exhaled in relief. It drew a small circle, pointed at Su Fengnian, and then cut its own throat. Su Fengnian took a deep breath. I've seen the embroidery on the sachet of a maid from the Zhong family. Is the small idea of your family a woman with half a face? The otherworldly item nodded stiffly. Then, it turned into a pitiful face. Su Fengnian turned around and waved his hand. All right. We can fight side by side for our future. Let's go. Let's go. On the other side of the river channel, the white-haired old man stood at the same spot for a long time. Then, he clicked his tongue and said, You're not in trouble. This old man just teased the woman in the princess grave. Then, his shoulder blades were locked and he had to be a slave for the rest of his life. It seems that you have some skills. The old man dragged his saber and walked slowly while sighing with emotion. The handsome young man he had met for the first time in the lake had grown up. The Yellow River fell into the big channel at Huku Waterfall. A wisp of black hair and a wisp of white hair floated on the water surface. It was like a lotus rising from the water. She was still smiling. Chapter 601. The next chapter, The Sound of Thunder and Buddha's Song, will be updated tomorrow. With the red-robed otherworldly item, even if Su Fengnian could not travel at night, he could only choose the desolate paths and head north. However, this was not too far from his original intention. He was used to the rough sand of the desert, so this little bit of suffering was not painful or itchy. This made Su Fengnian feel reassured. The key to his decision to bring the Danning along was that the otherworldly item was actually an anti-tracking grandmaster. It could eliminate the residual aura that even Su Fengnian did not expect. It was extremely skilled. With such a protective talisman, or even a life-saving talisman, Su Fengnian felt a lot more at ease. Looking at its 2 faces and 4 arms, it did not look so repulsive anymore. Occasionally, they would stop to rest and play some childish tricks with it. Su Fengnian walked on the Gobi Desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. According to the geographical records, in ancient times, this place used to be a river that was 3 miles wide. This was simply shocking to the later generations. Su Fengnian stood on a piece of dead wood that was exposed under the scorching sun and muttered to himself, Based on our speed, we will reach the Aquarius state in less than half an hour in the northwest. The person I want to meet is there, living in seclusion by the Ruo Shui River. The reason why I risked my life to fight Luo Yang was because if I was late, everything would be in vain. That old man is really hard to please. But if you put yourself in his shoes, you can't really blame him. He's a big shot who has already enjoyed the taste of being a minister. Why would he risk losing his chastity in his later years to discuss matters with a young man like me who doesn't even have much in the way of benefits? At this point, Su Fengnian subconsciously touched his chin. He snorted and cursed, so it turns out you already have stubble. He used the Huangtong flying sword to shave off some of the prickly stubble. Taking advantage of this time, he weighed his current assets. There was no doubt that he had entered the initial stage of withdrawal. Among the 12 flying swords, the Morning Dew Golden Thread Tie 3 swords had already matured. He also carried a pair of Spring Thunder and Spring Autumn swords and 3 small wooden horses and bowls. Even Su Fingnian himself was scared of these handy weapons. His outfit could make those heroes and heroines who had never touched a famous weapon in their entire life die of envy. Su Fingnian could not advance any further. He was still able to endure and not turn the page. Fortunately, he had the moves such as Kai Shu Fu Yao and Immortal Caressing his head. He practiced them over and over again and became more and more familiar with them. Even if he was bored, he could still call the otherworldly item Danning to warm up his hands. He ran and fought all the way, which was extremely imposing. Su Fingnian ran like a wild horse for nearly a month. He meditated several times and came back to his senses from the cold sweat dripping down his body. He repeatedly asked himself if he would still have the courage to kill Luo Yang if he went back to the gamble that he made when he fell into the Yellow River. Even if he still had the advantage of time, place, and people, would he still have the courage to attack and kill Luo Yang? Where is the princess grave? Big and small thoughts, what are they? Half of a woman's face is made up. No matter how beautiful the other half of her face is, she still looks like a female ghost. You can imagine Zhong Liang's taste. Su Fingnian knew that the otherworldly item would not answer him. Instead, he liked to ramble. The closer he got to Aquarius State, the wider the sky and the wider the earth. As a lone traveler, he felt more and more insignificant and lonely. Sometimes, the otherworldly item would disappear from his sight from time to time. Therefore, the journey was not too boring. For this trip to Beimang, he had initially followed the Fish Dragon Gang. Then, he brought along Tao Manwu. Later on, it was Lu Qin. Now that he brought along the otherworldly item Danning, it was the easiest journey. Its strength was not ordinary and Su Fingnian did not need to be responsible for its life or death. There was a large river at the border of Aquarius State called the Ruo River. It was said that the water was so weak that it could not float. Su Fingnian finally arrived at the Ruo River. He scooped some water to wash his face and felt refreshed. He could feel the otherworldly item's aura. However, it was useless to turn his head to check. Su Fingnian restrained his qi and walked along the river. If he wanted to cross the river, he would have to cross the river. Then, he saw a ferry with a sheepskin raft approaching the opposite bank. Obviously, the Ruo River was so weak that it was a complete nonsense. This made Su Fingnian very disappointed. As he approached the ferry, he saw a pair of shabbily dressed grandfather and grandson. The old man wore a tattered Taoist robe with a yin-yang fish embroidered on the back. He held a green bamboo pole as a walking stick and carried a book box just like Su Fingnian. The child's face was so tan that it looked like only a pair of small eyes were left. When he looked at people, he did not look like a simple child. The grandfather and grandson were also waiting for the raft to cross the river. The child squatted at the edge of the ferry and threw stones into the river. After Su Fingnian confirmed that the old Taoist did not know any martial arts, he quietly looked at the opposite bank. The child turned his head and looked at Su Fingnian, who looked like a scholar. He did not dare to be rash and buckled the straw sandals on his feet. His toes were already stubbornly sticking out of his shoes. He pitifully begged the old Taoist, "Master, can you change my shoes?" The old Taoist stared at him and said, "Do you think your body is precious? You just changed your shoes and walked 300 miles and you want to change them. I told you not to jump around blindly, but you didn't listen." The child felt wronged and said, "Aren't the shoes made by me?" The old Taoist probably felt that there were outsiders present and it was not good for him to scold the child. He could only use logic to fob the child off. When heaven is about to give a great responsibility to a man, it will first tire his muscles and bones and starve his skin. It would have been better if the old Taoist did not mention it. Once he mentioned starving his skin, the child's stomach immediately rumbled. The old Taoist made a posture with his back facing Su Fengnian and pretended that he did not know anything. The child, who was familiar with the old Taoist's temper, could only roll his eyes and continue to starve. The sheepskin raft returned to the ferry and the old Taoist carefully asked for the price. Beimang Taoists had been prosperous for the past 20 years. They were very respectful and even a little fearful of Taoists. However, the man on the raft saw that the Taoist in front of him did not look like the Taoist in the vermilion scroll who was recorded in the imperial records. He dared to accept the money, but he lowered the price and did not charge based on the number of people. The old Taoist reached his hand into his sleeve and weighed the money pouch. When he had enough money to cross the river, he felt relieved. He then gave Su Fengnian a look and told the man on the raft that the three of them would travel together. This could be considered a favor to Su Fengnian. The man on the raft was well aware of the situation, but he could not expose the truth. He just muddled through and gave the old Taoist some face. When they boarded the raft, Su Fengnian nodded at the old Taoist. The old Taoist gently shook his sleeve, indicating that Su Fengnian did not need to pay attention to this small matter. The Ruo River was not as turbulent as the Yellow River. The river was still and clear. The child was naughty. He leaned on the edge of the sheepskin raft and reached out to grab some water. Then he screamed and suddenly leaned back. He bumped into the old Taoist and almost fell into the river. The man looked at him angrily. He did not earn much money from this transaction. If someone fell into the river, it would cause a lot of trouble. How could he be happy? The child pointed at the river with a trembling finger and stammered, "There's a water ghost." The old Taoist felt that he was being nosy and scolded loudly, "Children do not speak of strange forces and chaotic gods." The old Taoist's mouth was full of Confucian classics. If he was not wearing a Taoist robe, he would really be a pedantic old scholar. After the child recovered from his shock, his face turned red. "It's really a water ghost. It's wearing a red dress and it's a female ghost." Su Fengnian caught a glimpse of a red robe from the corner of his eye. It was like a red carp swimming near the raft. In a flash, it was stuck to the bottom of the sheepskin raft. The old Taoist obviously did not believe the child's solemn vow and angrily shouted, "Shut up." Chapter 602. The child kicked the raft angrily. Fortunately, the man on the raft did not see it. Otherwise, he would have increased the price. When they reached the shore, Su Fengnian took out some silver and threw it to the man. The old Taoist was stunned for a moment before he smiled and did not refuse. The dark-skinned child was probably frightened by the red-robed female ghost, so he jumped off the raft and fell flat on his face. The old Taoist was helpless. The three of them walked to the simple ferry. As they were all from the southern dynasty, the old Taoist felt lucky to meet someone from the same hometown. He cupped his hands and bowed slightly. "I am Taoist Jiu Wei, the supervisor of Yenyang Temple. My name is Luo Pingyang. You can call me by my name." Su Fengnian cupped his hands respectfully and returned the greeting. "Greetings, Supervisor Luo. I am Su Qi." Taoism and Buddhism were similar. There was also the saying of the jungle. This was especially true for Northern Mang's Tao and Virtue sect. Their power gradually swayed over the three sections. Normally speaking, as a Taoist monastery's great figure, the position of supervisor could be counted on one's fingers. One must possess great merit and virtue to assume. They also had to be proficient in abstinence and ritual, as well as exorcising ghosts. However, judging from the Taoist's attire, Su Fengnian knew that this was probably a supervisor of an unknown small monastery. It was hard to say if that Yenyang monastery even had 10 Taoists. At this time, Su Fengnian was carrying a book on his back. His clothes could not be considered beautiful, but they were clean and neat. His face was also elegant and handsome. In terms of bearing, Daoist Luo could not compare to him. It was no wonder that the old Daoist wanted to befriend him. Logically speaking, there should be a wine shop near the ferry. As expected, the child said excitedly, "Master, there is hope there." Hope was the straw pole commonly used in small wine shops. The pole was hung in front of the shop to attract customers. The old Taoist was embarrassed. If there were no outsiders and he knew his disciples well, he would not need to puff himself up at his own cost. He only needed 2 bowls of water to deal with it. The money to cross the river was paid by the young master. If he sat down in the wine shop, he would not have the face to let the strange scholar spend it. However, if he paid for it himself, he would not be able to go to the Tao de Sec's water and land temple after a few bowls of wine. Su Fengnian understood the ways of the world. He immediately said, "After walking for half a day, we have walked for almost 100 miles. We are in the middle of nowhere. If Supervisor Luo doesn't mind, would you like to sit with me? It just so happens that I also believe in old Huang's teachings. Unfortunately, I don't know much about most of them. I hope that Supervisor Luo can help me clear up my doubts." The old Taoist smiled and said, "Young Master Su is interested in Tao. It is a good thing." As they walked slowly, the child secretly sized up this foolish but rich young master. The old Taoist gave him a chestnut and then said to Su Fengnian, "The root of the world is Tao. However, my knowledge is shallow and I dare not boast. I only know a thing or two about the meridian flow and the 8 methods of the spirit turtle. I only know a little about the Tao of refining qi and cultivating dan." Su Fengnian nodded. The group of 3 sat down at a greasy table outside the tavern and ordered a jar of wine and a few kilograms of cooked beef. In the Liang dynasty, many taverns did not allow the private sale of beef, and slaughtering pigs and cows without permission was even more of a violation of the law. However, in northern Mang, there were no such misgivings. The child wolfed down the food. Even if his master was angry, he didn't care. The old Taoist still felt sorry for this disciple of his who had a lot of problems. He smiled apologetically at Su Fengnian and was more reserved. He took a sip of wine and tore a piece of beef into his mouth. His mouth was filled with the fragrance of wine and meat. The old Taoist, who finally tasted meat, was intoxicated. Su Fengnian took down his bookcase and drank slowly. The child looked up and said vaguely, "Master, why are you not in the mood to recite poems and sing songs today?" The old Taoist laughed and scolded, "Do you think you are in the mood for poetry because of your gluttony? There is no end to it." Su Fengnian smiled. The old Taoist hesitated for a moment and then took out a thin book sewn with inferior paper from his bookcase. "This is my poem draft. If young Master Su doesn't mind, you can take a look at it. Although it is called a poem draft, there are many small tunes in it. It does not avoid the slang, so it is not stylish." Su Fengnian was surprised and said, "Then I have to read it carefully. Having good poems to go with wine is a great thing in life." Su Fengnian wiped his hands and took the poem draft. He slowly flipped through the pages. At first glance, the poems were like a talented scholar longing for a beautiful woman. However, there were some small tunes and phrases that even Su Fengnian felt were very interesting. For example, in spring, there were orioles and swallows, everything was green and full of charm. At first, Su Fengnian could still drink a few mouthfuls of wine and eat a few pieces of meat. However, halfway through the poem draft, he was lost in thought. Liver and intestines are refined 100 times. Iron in the furnace. Riches and honor are like butterflies on the pillow. Scholarly achievements and fame are like snakes in the wine. Old and helpless, the sharp wind is exceptionally cold. The thin snow is especially heavy, blowing and crushing my hut." At the end of the poem draft, it was as the poem had said, the people are in a terrible situation. The scholar sighs deeply. As time passed, the poem drafts were ordered one after another. It was probably Luo Pingyang's state of mind. From a talented scholar under the moonlight, he gradually became depressed and helpless in his middle age. Finally, when he was old, he suddenly became sentimental. Su Fengnian closed the poem draft and praised, "If only my second sister were to read this, how good would it be?" The old Taoist priest was confused. He did not have the confidence to begin with and was slightly embarrassed. Su Fengnian silently returned the poem draft and did not speak anymore. If it was 4 or 5 years ago, wouldn't this poem cost him a few thousand taels of silver? This Daoist Jiu Wei, who had never been recognized in his life, was probably used to running into a wall everywhere. He did not feel disheartened even after taking back his poem. He was already content with a free meal that fell from the sky. Su Fengnian asked, "Does Supervisor Luo know that the dragon tree monk of the 2 Zen temples went to the Tao Te sect?" The old Taoist priest shook his head and said, "I have not heard of it." The old man continued to mock himself. The Liang dynasty has the custom of debating Buddhism and Taoism. If it was in Beimang, a Taoist priest and a monk's debate would be like a chicken talking to a duck. The Taoist priest slapped his thigh and said in annoyance, "Don't mess up the Tao Te sect's water and land temple. If it is a wasted trip, I will be in big trouble." The child curled his lips and said, "You are in big trouble." The old Taoist priest pretended to hit him and the child shrunk his neck. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they found out that Su Fengnian was also going to the northwest of the Aquarius state and would have a meal along the way. The 3 of them set off together and walked until dusk. It was still desolate and there was no place to stay. They could only use the sky as their blanket and the ground as their bed. After lighting a bonfire, the child was tired and went to sleep early. The old Taoist priest did not forget to say, "A foolish child does not know what is good or bad." After that, Su Fengnian asked a few superficial questions about Taoism. He did not dare to ask too much as he was afraid of embarrassing Supervisor Luo. The Taoist priest Luo Pingyang was hesitant. After making up his mind, he suddenly asked Su Fengnian, "There is something that I don't know if I should say it." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Say it, Supervisor Luo." The Taoist priest gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "When I was young, I learned the qi observation technique from a Jinren. Looking at your face, it seems that someone close to your family has gone there. It is either surnamed Song or Li. If possible, I advise you to return home." Su Fengnian was stunned and did not speak. The old Taoist priest sighed and said, "I am not very accurate. If I say something bad, please do not blame me." Su Fengnian nodded his head. The old Taoist priest looked at this gentle young master facing the bonfire and his lips trembled slightly. The old Taoist priest could not bear to look anymore. After a long silence, he looked into the distance and muttered, "The wind and waves threaten me, I am swept away by the wind and waves. The mountain ghosts laugh loudly. The wind and waves far away from me, I am far away from the wind and waves. The stars fill the sky and people sleep. People sleep." Chapter 603. 50 men from Beiliang served as a standard. A standard crossbowman's combat power far exceeded that of 300 ordinary armored soldiers. Beiliang's crossbowmen could be used as scouts, but not all of them could become crossbowmen. This time, even without the standard commander saying anything, Li Hanlin and his brothers already sensed that something was amiss. It was definitely not a small-scale battle like the usual one deep inside Dragon Waste province. Li October and the other seedlings were eager to give it a try. They were well aware that after waiting for so many years, the great battle was finally about to begin. Before the troops and horses moved, the provisions would move first. In addition to the provisions, there would also be a large number of scouts scattered in front of the army like scattering beans, concealing their tracks and quietly cutting down the weeds. As Bailiang's favored elite crossbowmen, they were qualified to carry the sharpest Bailiang sabers, the most penetrative light crossbows, and ride the most explosive, experienced horses. All the crossbowmen were wrapped in cloth and rushed north with their heads lowered. Lee October was impatient and increased the speed of his horse. He was only half a horse's length behind the standard commander. He asked quietly, "Standard commander, where is the tiled building?" "That's the number 1 military town in Dragon Waste province." "Do we have tens of thousands of brothers following behind us?" The standard commander turned his head and glared at him. He did not want to answer at first, but after some thought, he said in a deep voice, "Stop talking nonsense. Remember, this time when you encounter the barbarians' horse pens, don't leave any of them alive. Don't even cut off their heads. Don't delay the military situation. If you encounter a large army, turn back. As for the rest, even if it's a group of 300 to 400 Baimang cavalry, we'll still fight with our lives on the line. Are you afraid of death? If you are, then scram." Lee October cursed, "I'm afraid of your grandpa." The leader who had been in the military for 20 years was obviously in a very good mood. He smiled for the first time and joked, "I'm really your grandfather. I've been your father and mother all these years for you bastards." He was already used to the whip that could split open one's skin, not to mention the cursing of the chief. Besides, the chief was not wrong. The Wandering Crossbow Regiment that Octoberly was in, which was once ridiculed as a hedonistic regiment, was a light cavalry regiment. Before joining the regiment, there were very few gentle, respectful, and thrifty people among them. They were all descendants of generals who were used to riding roughshod over the local prefectures and counties. Occasionally, there were some harmless ones who were prideful in their bones. After joining the regiment, they were all disciplined and well-behaved. Even a fart from the chief was more effective than the earnest advice of his high-ranking father. Lee October's eyes sparkled. He didn't dare to nag at Chief Biao. He slowed down his horse and rode side by side with Li Hanlin and Lu Do. He chuckled and said, "We guessed right. It really is a big battle." Li Hanlin said grumpily, "Shut up. Do you want a piece of bamboo as a reward?" Lee October said anxiously, "Do you think I'm a chick? This is for new scouts who can't keep their mouths shut. I can't afford to lose face like that." "You're not that far off from a chick," Lu Do said coldly. Lee October's face turned red. He was about to curse, but he soon stopped himself. With his accumulated military merits, this chick was already on the same level as the deputy chief. Only Li Hanlin could compete with him. After a few real battles, Lu Do's military exploits were outstanding, and he was now fully integrated into the standard. Although he was still a man of few words, even Li October, who used to stare at Lu Do, regarded him as a brother, and even wanted to present his sister to him with both hands. Lu Do's relationship with Li Hanlin, Li October, and the others could be considered to be very good. There was a spear pouch hanging from his saddle, and there were more than 10 short spears in it. The crossbowmen all carried a powerful crossbow with them, and they even asked about the standard commander out of curiosity. Lu Do's stubborn temper made him play dumb every time, and he always said that he knew nothing. Li October's smile disappeared. He reached out and tightened the strap of his soft leather helmet. It dug deep into his flesh. Not only did it not hurt his bones, it even felt familiar. When he first joined the Bailiang army, he didn't have the qualifications to practice riding a horse. He was only familiar with the military formation as an infantryman. After one day, he fell apart. On the second day, he put on the chainmail that weighed less than 20 kilograms. He felt a burning pain all over his body. Li October's mouth twitched. How did he become a crossbowman? In the past, he used his martial strength to commit crimes in the county. He was injured all year round. Although he was not afraid of pain, he was still afraid of death. Probably because he was sent to the army by his father, he saw him flattering the general who was said to be a family friend. Before they parted, the father and son chatted. Lee October even scolded his father for being a good-for-nothing. They were both fourth-rank officials. How could he be a grandson? At that time, his father, who was obsessed with saving face, didn't refute. He just patted Lee October's shoulder. Who wasn't afraid of death? But Lee October was more afraid of losing face. Maybe from that moment on, Lee October wanted to bring home a general in a grand manner. At the very least, he wanted to die in a grand manner on the battlefield. Lee October exhaled. His eyes were firm. The western border of Liangmang was famous for being loose on the outside but tight on the inside. They formed a pocket and lured the enemy into the trap. It depended on who had the guts to go to the battlefield and cut off their heads to accumulate military merits. Lee October finally encountered the northern barbarians with this mission. It was a group of elite cavalry that was only slightly inferior to the northern Mang's ferocious General Dongzhuo's Crow Fence. The key point was that there were 200 of them, and the one in the lead wore bright clothes and heavy armor. He didn't have a spear in his hand, only a beautiful broadsword. Lee October, who was hiding with Li Hanlin and Lu Do, knew that this was a Baimang field officer patrolling the border. As long as the relationship between the Baimang royal family members and the nobles was strong enough, they would be given a fancy title. They would borrow troops and horses from the generals to go south. When they returned, they could show off to others. As for the number of troops they brought, it was the same as the family's wealth. Bailiang's crossbowmen loved this kind of reckless flower vase. They would kill them if they ran into them. However, they usually didn't have more than 100 cavalrymen protecting them. The 3 cavalrymen who were the first to investigate the situation didn't dare to act rashly. Li Hanlin was the sergeant, so he ordered Lee October to go back and report the situation. He and Lu Do continued to watch from afar. Both sides of Liangmang had their own secret signals. Their whistles were similar to the chirping of birds. However, after 20 years of confrontation, they had learned more or less everything. They had to communicate with each other in all kinds of strange ways. Compared to the jokes made by many lousy scouts during the spring and autumn period, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. For example, when the two sides launched a surprise attack, they had long been intertwined. Due to the similarity of their secret signals, when they saw each other in person, they almost thought that they were on the same side. The crossbowmen and horse guards of Liangmang's border were, without a doubt, the world's most cunning, as well as the world's best scouts. Lee October brought back a military order from the label chief. Since the enemy insisted on continuing to go south, they had to either eat all the meat in their mouths or choke themselves to death. There was no other choice. Although they were called northern barbarians, in fact, most of the people in Gusai and Longyao were the remnants of the spring and autumn period. The faces of the soldiers were almost the same as Bailiang's. Faced with the sudden and silent attack, the 200 Bailiang light cavalry didn't panic. The deputy reined in his horse and turned around. He came to the side of the young royal family member and whispered to him in the language of the royal family. The young man raised his eyebrows. His face was full of ridicule. He seemed to shake his head to stop the deputy's suggestion. When he first saw the Bailiang crossbowmen in an encirclement and suppression situation with their crossbows flying like locusts, the young general's sneer grew. Other than the 2 quick waves of crossbows, when the soldiers from several directions came into contact with each other at the same time, the cavalry on his side were all killed by the Bailiang cavalry without exception. Only then did he frown. However, he still had no intention of retreating. He pressed one hand on the back of his horse and gently calmed the warhorse that had become violent after smelling the scent of blood. The deputy was deeply worried. Other than his bright armor that was different from normal soldiers, the rest of his equipment was the same. He held a spear in one hand and a saber at his waist. There was a shelf in front of the saddle for weapons. If it was a long journey, hooks could be added to the side or back of the saddle. The crossbow and quiver would be placed there. The young man watched with great interest. He didn't mind at all that his 200 cavalry didn't seize the advantage at all. He even let his personal guards, including the deputy, fight. He stayed in place and watched this bloody battle where the horses died faster than the men. A real cavalry battle wasn't like those battles created by the romance of the Three Kingdoms. There weren't two generals who were kicked in the head by a donkey before going to the front of the formation to kill each other. Whoever lost would be defeated like a landslide. It was also very rare to see a general stop his horse in the middle of the formation and continue to stab the enemy with his spear despite being surrounded. When thousands of cavalry, especially tens of thousands of people charged at the same time, other than the rain of arrows, what followed was a huge injury that penetrated each other like a knife. Once a rider passed by, they had to do their best to charge forward. Even if the warhorse could pull back a step, they still had to charge forward with all their might. After a spear was stabbed, because the spear was not easy to pull out, they had to abandon the spear and switch to a saber. Only speed could win the impact. In a rapidly moving formation, if a rider on one side stopped for no reason and became a wooden stake, then they would be guilty. For a small-scale cavalry battle like a scout, the principle didn't change. Regardless of whether it was a pursuit or a retreat, speed was still number one. However, scouts had more leeway to display their individual martial strength. It was a big taboo for a general's armor to be too conspicuous. First, most of the armor was inlaid with gold and silver, making it very flashy but not practical. Second, it was too eye-catching. It was as if they were begging the enemy to kill them. This member of the imperial tent whose surname was either Yelu or Murong didn't have this awareness at all. Very quickly, two Bailiang crossbowmen, who looked like sergeants, tore through the already thin formation and charged forward. The young cavalry general wasn't in a hurry to draw his blade. He waited until a Bailiang blade chopped down before drawing his blade. Like a shocking rainbow, the bold blade knocked away the cold blade and took the opportunity to cut off the crossbowman's arm. He then lifted it up and cut open the crossbowman's neck. Blood flowed like a stream. He didn't stop and cut off his cheek. His majestic horse didn't move. In an instant, the dead sergeant's horse brushed past him. Before he put away his blade, he didn't forget to use the tip of his blade to lightly poke and push the undying sergeant's corpse off the horse. He didn't even look at the corpse. The series of continuous moves were very flashy, but in the end, he still killed someone. He had a high level of martial arts, which far exceeded the scope of cavalry, so he had the qualifications to do so. He shook his wrist and performed a beautiful spinning blade. Using the language of the southern dynasties, he smiled faintly and said, "It's also the world's most famous curved blade." It turns out that the Bailiang blade is only so-so. Chapter 604. Horse battles emphasized speed and forsaking swords for sabers, especially Liang Mang's standard sabers. Both sabers had a slightly curved back and used the charging force of the horse to push out. When it came into contact with the enemy's body, the blade could instantly create a huge and continuous curved slide. Its cutting power was amazing, and even if it accidentally cut armor, it would not be easy to drop it. This was an effect that a straight-back saber of the same weight could not achieve. This was also the reason why Bailiang sabers were so famous. A Bailiang saber's curvature, thickness, and weight were all almost perfect. Baimang sabers were almost completely copied Bailiang sabers, except that the blade was longer and the curvature was greater. Of course, a straight-back saber was better when fighting on foot. However, whether it was Bailiang's 300,000-strong cavalry or Baimang's men who could control bowstrings, who didn't use cavalry to resolve all battles. The battle was on the verge of breaking out, and no one could escape. Both sides only had 300 people, and their formation was far from solid. Because Bailiang crossbowmen had taken the initiative to launch a sneak attack, they successfully killed 30 or so Baimang cavalry. The latter could not immediately gather their forces on the front lines, and when the second wave of contact occurred, there were still 60 or so Baimang cavalry who could not use their sabers effectively. Therefore, in the battle after that, it was still the Bailiang crossbowmen who had the advantage. According to White Shirt Qin Jibao's famous military strategy, the accumulation of advantages was done bit by bit. As long as the general did not make any big mistakes, the outcome would be decided from the start. The Baimang royal squeezed his horse's belly. The warhorse was of excellent quality and had shocking explosive power. In an instant, it entered a peak charging state. With one saber, it split a Bailiang crossbowman and his horse in half. The speed of the saber and the strength of the saber could be seen. The battle was not as noisy as the commoners imagined, only deathly silence. It was like this when people were killed, and it was even more so when people fell off their horses. Li October's eyes were completely bloodshot. In terms of individual strength, the crossbowmen were a level higher. However, after the young Baimang general joined the battle, he easily left behind 7 or 8 Bailiang cavalry corpses wherever he went. The crossbowman pulled out a saber from ahead and charged without hesitation at the young Baimang cavalry general. In every battle to the death, the general would die first, then the lieutenant, and finally the sergeant. This was the law of Bailiang. He was the highest official here, and there was no reason not to die. If he had only been fighting for the title of an official all these years, he would have become a general long ago and retired to the northern Liangzhou county outside the border to enjoy his retirement. After brushing past each other's shoulders, the cavalry general, with his saber and saber. This Bailiang cavalry general. Not only was the area between his thumb and index finger dripping with blood, a large chunk of flesh was even hacked off from his shoulder by a northern Mang blade. However, this old soldier still hacked down a northern Mang cavalry behind a youngster in passing. After rushing out several dozen steps, he turned around and continued his charge. The second time the two horses brushed past each other, the cavalry general's armor was broken, and his intestines were hanging from the saddle. The cavalry general turned around and charged again. He tore off a piece of his shirt, twisted it, and tied it to his waist. He then continued to charge expressionlessly. Li Hanlin, who had already killed 4 enemy cavalry, saw this scene. He gritted his teeth and galloped away, ignoring the pursuit. The young Baimang general, Huang Zhou, cut the cavalry general in half. He turned to look at the corpse rolling on the ground and sneered, "Trash, I'm not going to play with you this time." He then raised his head and looked at the situation, thinking about how to pick a few more fellows worth playing with. He didn't care how many of the 200 cavalrymen he had with him would be left behind. Li Hanlin jumped up from his horse when he was 10 steps away. He held his saber with both hands and slashed at the bastard's head. The man casually raised his saber to block and retreated a few steps with his horse. But that was all. He sneered and didn't take advantage of the fact that his opponent didn't have a horse. He simply jumped off his horse and fought at the same time. A Bailiang crossbow arrow was aimed at his face. He grabbed it without turning his head, twisted it, and threw it to the ground. Li Hanlin spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at his opponent. Li Hanlin was stunned when he saw the horse pass by. It was Lu Daodu. Lu Do bent down and lifted Li Hanlin onto the horse's back, while Lu Do himself dismounted from the horse and rushed towards the northern barbarians. At the same time, he threw out a short spear. The young man who killed the crossbowman didn't use his saber. He was very conceited and wanted to grab the short spear. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. The short spear cut through his palm and stabbed toward his eyes. He hurriedly turned his head and scratched his cheek. Lu Daodu didn't engage in close combat. He kept a distance of 20 steps. He squeezed out a gloomy smile and said stiffly, "I'll play with you." The second spear was thrown. It was even more powerful. The general didn't dare to be careless. He dismounted and swatted away the short spear with his Baemang saber. His arm was numb and sore. That damned Baeliang soldier fought with his bag. Not only did the short spear in his bag fly toward him, he even had the time to pierce the bodies of the Baemang cavalrymen around him. Without exception, he killed them all by breaking their skulls. He even had the ability to leisurely hunt from 20 steps away and pull back a few short spears. Chapter 605. The Baemang young man who failed to gain any advantage was furious. He couldn't care less about his demeanor and wanted to fight in close quarters to chop this nameless soldier into pieces. He was a warrior trained by a top master after all. He paid the painful price of a spear piercing through his shoulder in exchange for a chance to get close. When he was 10 steps away, the Mang Dao's aura surged, not giving him a chance to throw the spear. The scout was startled and then smiled. He pretended to be surprised. Then he smiled sinisterly, as if he had succeeded in his scheme. The young man who wasn't stupid knew that something was wrong, but he didn't want to believe that a crossbowman who only knew some small tricks could be so powerful. He still insisted on getting close and attacking quickly. Lu Do didn't pick up the short spear in his bag anymore. He used one hand to block the sharp Baemang saber that could pierce through armor. The young man from the royal court was delighted and suddenly chopped down with all his strength. It didn't move at all. Lu Do twisted his wrist and broke the carefully crafted Baemang saber. Then he punched the opponent's abdomen and smashed his intestines. The Baemang young man who was supposed to have a meteoric rise under the protection of his family lost all his fighting power on the spot. Lu Do spread out his hands and grabbed the enemy's arms. Then, he tore the unknown young general into 2 halves. Blood sprayed all over Zhong Tongzi. Lu Do kicked the corpse away. He didn't wave his hand to wipe away the blood, nor did he pay attention to the newly dead man. He turned back and continued to enter the battlefield. In this bloody battle, the Biao leader and the deputy Biao leader died together. None of the 200 Baemang cavalry escaped. They didn't have time to send a message. Sergeant Li Hanlin became the temporary leader. Lu Do silently picked up all the short spears and buried the Biao leader with Li Shiyue. He then stood behind Li Hanlin. Li Hanlin said calmly, "The wounded have returned to the south. The other 36 people and I will pick the horses and continue to the north. If I die, Lu Do will lead you to the north." This kind of scout war, where one side was destined to be completely wiped out, happened one after another on the front lines. 3 days later, in Baemang's #1 strategic town in the south, the 18,000 kilowatt army, led by Hong Guhen, a young and strong man who seemed to be on par with Dong Zhuo this year, marched out of the city and engaged in a large-scale cavalry battle against the Longxiang army at the vast Green Tile Basin. Hong Guhen was just over 40 years old. He was elegant and had a scholarly air, but he was extremely ruthless and decisive in commanding his troops. He was unwilling to defend the city and wait for reinforcements. He vowed to annihilate the invading enemy in one fell swoop. It was only when the troops were about 30 li away from the tile building did Hong Guhen find out that it was the 10,000-man Longxiang army. However, after this Confucian general finished strategizing, he told the valiant generals under his command to wait respectfully for good news. He then sat on top of the city wall and set up a chessboard, chatting and laughing with a national chess player. The Huazhu army was twice the size of the Longxiang army. How could he not win? Hong Guhen was certain that once they won on the chessboard, they would also win outside the city. It would definitely become a story that would last for all eternity. The Green Tile Basin was extremely advantageous for cavalry to charge. The momentum of both sides was vast. Most of the people who fled north during the spring and autumn period already had children of their own. The old people were all deeply moved by the strength of Baemang's national strength and military strength. They gradually forgot about the sound of the Baeliang cavalry's hooves. Moreover, these new people had never heard of the sound of hooves in recent years. The Bailiang cavalry had once trampled all over the spring and autumn period. However, wasn't that an old debt? When the people in the tile-building city first heard about the battle, they were slightly panicked. However, their fear did not last long. They began to laugh at the Bailiang for daring to come to the tile-building city with a pitiful 10,000-man army. The two armies were like two torrents clashing against each other. The Huazhu army's howls shook the heavens. It seemed that their momentum had far surpassed the Bailiang cavalry, who were still silent during the charge. When they were 500 paces away, the Bailiang army shouted one word at the same time. Kill! On top of the city wall, Hong Guhan's eyelids twitched. The chessboard in front of him trembled more and more violently. In the end, the chess pieces were already jumping. A barefooted youth in black ran at the front with a black tiger. They left the elite cavalry of Northern Liang far behind them, who were running as fast as thunder. The withered youth tied his hair into a braid. He grabbed the huge black tiger and smashed it at the enemy. Then, he bent his knees and jumped into the sky, falling into the enemy ranks. It was extremely shocking. Did this idiot want to be the enemy of 10,000 people? After the black tiger fell, it instantly killed more than 30 cavalry. The black-clothed youth, who did not wear any weapons or armor, only ran in a straight line. Those who collided with him were all partially dead. The Huazhu army had cultivated a cavalry that specialized in killing enemy generals and brave men. There were about 300 of them. They were all dressed in ordinary armor, but they were tall and sturdy, strong and agile. They came from famous Jianghu families and were extremely good at fighting. However, even if they were divided into 10 groups and the 300 men were urgently transferred to one place to block or chase the black-clothed youth, they still let him pass through most of the Huazhu army. After the two armies mixed, the pressure on the youth was greatly reduced. He was like a fish in water, rushing straight to the city gate on the northern highlands of the Green Tile Basin. A man and a tiger ran to the city gate. The youth stepped on the back of the black tiger and jumped to the top of the city gate. After asking the dumbfounded Honggu a question, he pulled the latter's head out of his body. This was the Battle of the Green Tile Basin. When the second son of Rintu, Su Longxiang, stepped onto the stage for the first time, he slaughtered the Liang dynasty into an empty city. The Bailiang cavalry's hooves were like thunder. 10,000 Longxiang army, 10,000 thunder. Half of the 18,000 Huazhu army, known as the Iron Army of Beimang, died in battle. The surrendered soldiers were killed. The entire army was killed. Beimang heard the thunder. Chapter 606. Two 10,000-word chapters completed. The Southern dynasty had its own imperial court, but its rank was lower than that of the Northern royal court. When the older generation first entered Beimang's territory, some of the more experienced aristocratic families of the Central Plains had seen the scene of disagreements and fights breaking out at every turn. At that time, they were shocked. They couldn't imagine that such an uncouth imperial court could challenge the Liang dynasty, which had already unified the spring and autumn period. Later, the empress showed mercy, and the Southern dynasty was established. This imperial court was obviously much more cultured and elegant. There were endless disputes in the main hall, and there were bound to be some red faces and ears. However, for more than 10 years, there had never been a quarrel like today, to the point where it was about to turn into a fight. All of this was due to the new smoke rising from the southern border. The 10,000 Dragon Elephant cavalry first slaughtered the strategic border town of Tile Building. If they had stopped after winning the first battle, it would have been fine. Then, under the leadership of the second son of the king of Bailiang, they made a detour and raided the next strategic town, Gentleman's Pavilion. The 6,000 Longxiang army unexpectedly defeated 8,000 soldiers and horses. The two major defeats of the Southern dynasty were already an indisputable fact. The situation was not only hot but also painful. Except for Zhong Shintong, who didn't dare to return, the other generals who held authority all kept silent. Occasionally, they would exchange glances in the hall, then slightly shook their heads and sighed. On the contrary, the civil officials of the Jia surnamed Gaohua were quarreling. Among them, there was a fatty wearing a purple robe who scolded the most fiercely. He almost pulled out the 18 generations of Honggu An's ancestors, who had died for the country. Not only did he scold the civil officials who were giving orders, but he also insinuated that a few old generals were also included in the scolding. The fatty's saliva flew everywhere. This bastard surnamed Hong is fishing for fame. Even if I survive, I will stab him to death with a knife. The tiled city overlooks the green tiled basin. The cavalry has an innate advantage in the charge. You look down on the dragon elephant army, leaving the city to fight, but you actually have the guts to let the idiot lead the troops to the bottom of the slope. What, do you wholeheartedly want to start a completely fair fight with the Northern Liang cavalry? Didn't Honggu An claim to be well-read in military books? What did he read so much that he defecated? I don't remember which old general's favorite student Honggu An was. Who dares to remind me? Everyone in the hall quietly looked at an old general who was resting with his eyes closed. The general had white hair but a youthful complexion. He was very good at keeping his composure, and didn't seem to have any intention of being calculative with Fatty Dong. Fatty Dong's cheeks trembled, and he pointed to a third-rank official in charge of the Southern Dynasty's Ministry of Revenue. Using tile-building army and gentleman's pavilion army, we only managed to defeat half of the Northern Liang's dragon elephant army. You Motherf Kerr actually told me to have the border armies of Ligu and Maolong take the initiative to pursue them. What? These 14,000 troops aren't human, they're all your Yuanjin family's maids. You think you can kill them as you wish. Old man, you sure have the boldness of not being afraid of squandering money when you have a big family. You are just playing with His Majesty's generosity. That aged civil official was so angry that his face turned ashen. His righteousness was awe-inspiring as he confronted that fatty. However, his voice was trembling as he said, "My Northern Mang nation's prestige cannot be disgraced. Our Southern Dynasty's generals and soldiers are not to be insulted." Fatty Dong's words were extremely harsh. He glared and said, "Dead old thief, guard your Ministry of Revenue well and make money. If you overstep the rules and talk about military affairs, I'll beat you with a club and put you in the coffin. Don't think that I won't take care of you just because your pockmarked granddaughter threw flirtatious glances at me." The old man was humiliated and fainted on the spot. He had no choice but to be carried out. A young official who had jumped through the Dragon's Gate because of the imperial examination couldn't stand it anymore. He said softly, "That king of Bailiang's second son is deranged. Killing 9,000 people wasn't enough. Afterwards, he still wants to massacre the city. He's clearly a madman. If the Bailiang cavalry insists on going their own way, ignoring the two towns of Fengli and Gumaolong and going north, they'll soon reach us. Do we really want the generals to disregard the defensive line and move the troops here? If by any chance it was a diversion to the east and attack to the west, using a lone army to tie down too much of our dynasty's military power, Su Shao would personally lead the elite troops to the northeast. Together with Gu Jiantang advancing on the eastern front, it would be difficult to deal with. We can't be led by the nose by Bailiang. I've heard that General Dong never cares about small gains and losses when leading troops. It seems that today is different." This newly appointed official, who was ranked second in the imperial examinations and favored by the Empress, had a dignified appearance. His voice wasn't loud, but the old Minister of Revenue had fainted from anger. It was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard in the main hall. Furthermore, his words weren't without aim, so he seemed to be full of energy. Fatty Dong sneered and said, "Pedantic scholar, you're just an armchair strategist. Wait until you've killed people and seen blood before you come back to reason with your grandpa Dong." The young official responded with a sneer. He didn't want to pester this extremely lucky fatty. He didn't overdo it and just wanted to express his stance. In the future, if what he said was true and the Empress came to settle accounts, it would be equivalent to trampling on Fatty Dong. Unknowingly, it would raise his own prestige by a large margin. However, before that day came, an old general's words made him feel ashamed. It was Great General Huang Songpu, who was the first person to seize military power as a remnant of the spring and autumn period. Although the Southern dynasty was showing signs of rising up from behind, Lu Gui, who was praised by the Empress as half of Su Shao, and Yang Yuanzhan, who was a commoner and had defected to the army, were beginning to overshadow Huang Songpu in terms of prestige. However, seniority wasn't important. Yang Yuanzhan himself was once half of Huang Songpu's vanguard. Furthermore, only old General Song was willing to discipline Dong Zhuo, the devil incarnate. As a result, Huang Songpu's words carried the most weight in the Southern dynasty. Hong Guofen, who had caused this disaster, was under Great General Huang Songpu. It was difficult for him to escape being scolded by Fatty Dong in the imperial court. Chapter 607. Unexpectedly, this time the old general stood on the same side as Dong Zhuo. Military books are dead, but the person leading the troops is alive. When facing off on the battlefield, one must first consider the temperament of the opponent. First, this time the Longxiang army will attack our border first. They will not take any prisoners, and it is inevitable that they will massacre the entire city. The strategy of conciliation is a joke to both Liang Mang and Liang Mang. Second, as Dong Zhuo said, the Longxiang army's original intention was to take a detour and take over tile-building Gentleman's Pavilion, Ligu, Maolong, and the other 4 towns. As for how many people will survive after the battle, I think Su Shao does not care at all. That young man with astonishing martial strength will not care even less. Using a lone army in a single battle, they do not expect to defeat half of the Southern dynasty's military strength, but they want to destroy the morale and popular sentiment that the Southern dynasty spent more than 10 years to accumulate. This is where Bailiang's evil intentions lie. When the next battle begins, the Bailiang army will be wiped out and trampled under horse hooves. With the example of the past, who dares not to surrender? Third, I guess that after the Longxiang army goes north in one spurt of energy, there will definitely be a follow-up force, perhaps around 50,000 men. Whether or not they will attack is uncertain. We can choose whether to fight or not. If the Longxiang army swallows Ligu and Maolong, then we will really have to fight. If they can't, then we can catch our breath. As for what Assistant Minister Liu is worried about, the Bailiang army wants to tilt our border forces to the west and tear open a hole for the army to advance from the northeast. Of course, it is not impossible. However, Assistant Minister Liu may not know that in order to prevent the Bailiang army from merging with Gu Jintang's eastern front, the central front has been a large pocket. Even if the Bailiang army allows them to advance 800 li in one go and fill it with 160,000 men, they may not be able to fill it afterwards. If it really comes to that point, it will not be us or even the king of Bailiang and Gu Jiantang who have the final say. Only our emperor and the Zhao family's son can make the final decision. It's not convenient for me to say too much about the Central Front. I hope that Assistant Minister Liu can forgive me. The young official was in fear and trepidation. He was also proud that Huang Songpu, the king of the southern courtyard, had personally explained his doubts. He cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, "Lu Shu's knowledge is shallow." As the king of the southern courtyard, Huang Songpu was nominally in charge of 400,000 soldiers in the southern dynasty. However, the empress had always supported the Baimang generals and preceptors. They each had their own system and restricted each other. Moreover, Huang Songpu had gradually retreated behind the scenes in recent years. The so-called title of the king of the southern courtyard would sooner or later belong to someone else. If it were not for the urgency of this war and the need to intervene, he would have already faded out of the southern dynasty. Huang Songpu had never been on good terms with the two generals, Lu Gui and Yang Yuanzhan. He also did not have a good impression of Dong Zhuo. It was only when the situation was truly chaotic that Huang Songpu felt that he was unable to make ends meet. This was especially so after the death of the only one he could rely on, Hong Guhen, which made the old general even more disheartened. A clan leader of the Jia sect frowned and said, "Since that lone army wants to attack Ligu Maolong regardless of the consequences, are we just going to let the remaining 4,000 Bailiang cavalry run amok in the territory?" Everyone knew that Lu Gui had a good relationship with the fat man. However, seeing the fat man's eyes darting around, the tall and mighty old general could not help but feel angry. He approached the fat man and gave him a hard kick. "You scoundrel who doesn't wake up early if there are no benefits. You've already spilled a few caddies of saliva. Aren't you just trying to solve this mess? Even the great king of the South Courtyard has spoken up for you. Why didn't you take advantage of the situation this time?" Dong Zhuo had a troubled expression. "The 4,000 Long Xiang army is still manageable. However, that person, Tu's second son, is really troublesome. If the two sides face each other and he comes to take the head of a general from an army of 10,000 and kills me, my two beautiful daughters-in-law will become widows. Won't they cry themselves to death?" Lu Gui raised his leg and was about to kick again when the fat man hurriedly jumped away. The old general laughed and scolded, "Your family's daughters-in-law are the daughter of the mountain master of Bingti Mountain. Do you think you don't have powerful thugs by your side? If you don't dare to go to Bingti Mountain and call for help. It's best if you bring that person with you to Ligu. I'll allow you to bring 8,000 men to Ligu. No more than that. If His Majesty holds you accountable, this old man will take responsibility for you. If you dare to bring even one more soldier, just pretend this old man didn't say anything." Dong Zhuo said half-believingly, "Really? Don't turn your back on me after this. Right now, all the civil and military officials in the imperial court can hear you." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Zhuo rolled his eyes and muttered, "F***ck, it seems that when the time comes, no one will be willing to stand up and prove my innocence." The pillars of the southern dynasty all smiled knowingly. This Dong Zhuo was sinister, but he never lacked self-awareness. Lu Gui said angrily, "This old man's fart is more useful than your oath." Dong Zhuo rubbed his hands and laughed. "If that's the case, then I'll go to Maolong and throw away my life. This kind of strenuous and unrewarding dirty work, I'll do it." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Zhuo trotted away as if there was oil on the soles of his feet. Lu Gui and Yang Yuanzhan, who had a good personal relationship, also left one after another. Huang Songpu still had to stay in the imperial court. Lu Gui waited outside the hall until Yang Yuanzhan came down the stone steps. The latter was known for being a man of few words. He calmly asked, "Dong Zhuo is going to Maolong and not Ligu?" Lu Gui laughed and said, "It's obvious that the Long Xiang army will slaughter Ligu. This bastard is lazy to the bone. If he can sit, he won't stand. If he can lie down, he won't sit." Yang Yuanzhan smiled old-fashioned. Lu Gui suddenly asked, "What do you think of that person who slaughters the second son?" Yang Yuanzhan said indifferently, "On the battlefield, there is no immortal enemy." Dong Zhuo ran out like a wisp of smoke and did not forget to look back at the hole. He dug his ears and sighed, "It's so F***king noisy. Alas, when can I be the only voice here?" Taoist sect was built at the beginning of the Yellow River. It was rumored that there was a hovering mountain behind Heaven's Gate. The imperial preceptor, who had transcended mortality and entered the divine realm, cultivated immortality there and did not care about worldly affairs for 30 years. Qilin Immortal had 6 outstanding disciples. Other than the 2 immortals who were guarding Heaven's Gate and the foot of the mountain, the rest were scattered all over Beimang. However, when an old monk sat outside the fog of Heaven's Gate of Tao de Sect, the four immortals who were preaching outside returned to Tao de Sect except for the one in the palace. The kind-looking old monk did not say anything and sat down outside Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate was a natural hole formed by two towering peaks facing each other. Clouds and fog lingered inside. Outside the gate, there were 999 jade steps. Even if one walked up the steps and looked at the gate from a close distance, one would not be able to see the mystery inside. Outside Heaven's Gate, there were 18 Taoist temples, 9 on each side. There was an endless stream of pilgrims. The endless stream of incense blended into the fog all year round, making Tao de Sect seem more like a paradise on earth. One of the main paths led to Heaven's Gate. The old monk was on the flat ground in front of the first step, meditating peacefully. First, the purple-robed immortal came out of Heaven's Gate and flew down the mountain on his sword. The sword whirled and the dragon roared for 3 days. However, they were not allowed to come within 3 feet of the old monk. Then, the immortal who held the jade rui flew from the foot of hovering mountain to Heaven's Gate. The purple-robed immortal rode his sword and walked down step by step. After walking for 3 days and 3 nights, he had reached the 300th step. Then, 3 immortal-looking immortals arrived. 2 of them were either standing or sitting cross-legged at the peak of the Taoist temple at the foot of the mountain. The last direct disciple of the imperial advisor made a hand gesture and walked toward the old monk. Every step he took was extremely slow, but every time he touched the ground, the heaven and earth would shake. After half a day, the old monk began to recite the sutra. He recited the Diamond Sutra word by word. After reciting the Diamond Sutra once, the old monk, who admitted that he did not know many words and spells, began to recite. More and more people gathered at the foot of the mountain. There were no less than 10,000 people. Almost 10 days had passed since the old monk sat down. The flying sword had cut the clean and white kasaya thousands of times. The Taoist immortal who struck the heavenly thunder with his small steps also walked to a few feet behind the old monk. The old monk's whole body was golden, covered in blood. The old monk put his palms together and finished reciting all the Dharma he knew. He said softly, Amitabha. Many pilgrims could guess what would happen at that moment. They all turned their heads away, unable to stand on their tiptoes to watch. A white rainbow streaked across the sky, higher than Heaven's Gate. Behind it was a yellow waterfall. I did not enter Heaven's Gate, but I am higher than the heavens. The white rainbow stopped and revealed itself. The white-robed monk said loudly, "This poor monk is here to return the favor." It was impolite not to return the favor. The yellow river hung in the sky. This white-robed monk pulled the entire yellow river over. Chapter 608. The monk in white carried a large section of the yellow river over the heavenly gate and flooded the Tao Te sect. The pilgrims inside and outside the 18 temples were stunned. When they saw the yellow river hanging in the sky, they were afraid that the monk would lose his mind and pour the water over their heads. If that happened, they would die unjustly. They would really be like fish in the moat. The monk in white went straight to the hovering mountain. There was a lot of discussion at the foot of the mountain. Many pilgrims were satisfied after they came back to their senses. This strange phenomenon was really worthy of being called the work of immortals. How many times could it be seen in the human world? In addition to the pilgrims who came to the 18 temples of Tao Te sect to burn incense, there were also a lot of people who wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The buildings on the top of the Taoist temple had already been divided up by the rich and powerful of Beimang. A man in plain clothes stood in the turbulent crowd. He was inconspicuous as he rarely raised his head and looked directly at others. He did not look very elegant at all except for his height. He came to the foot of the mountain half a year ago. His food, clothing, housing, and transportation were ordinary. He also ate scallion pancakes with many pilgrims to fill his stomach. At night, he would just find an empty space to lie down and sleep. At most, he would use a long gown as a quilt. When he saw the monk in white leaping over the heavenly gate as if he was going to trouble immortal Qilin, he did not want to stay any longer. When he was about to turn around, he smiled warmly and stopped. A short and sturdy man with dark skin came to his side. His arms were as long as an ape's and his earlobes were unusually thick, similar to the ears of the Bodhisattva statue. When ordinary people saw him, they would only say that he was blessed with good fortune. The middle-aged man's eyes were indifferent. He pursed his lips and stood side by side with the relatively young man in plain clothes. Comparisons were odious. The latter, who was originally not outstanding, immediately became gentle and elegant. He smiled and said, "I knew you would come, but I didn't expect to see you again." The dark-skinned man grunted in agreement. The man in long clothes raised his hand and put it in front of his eyes. He looked into the distance. The two immortals of Tao Te sect stayed behind to guard the old monk in two Zen temples. The three immortals entered the heavenly gate one after another to stop the monk in white. He said with emotion, "The five immortals could not break the golden body of the dragon tree monk." The middle-aged man said calmly, "The sages of the three sects are different from us. When they reach the peak of their respective states, there is no need to be envious of them." The tall man in his 30s chuckled. "I thought you were going to tear that yellow river apart." The man shook his head and said, "5 spiritual masters ganged up on the dragon tree eminent monk. As a disciple, Li Xiaoxin returned the courtesy to the Tao Te sect. Even if he set up a bigger scene, it wouldn't be too much." From the looks of it, the two Zen temples were in the right, while the Tao Te sect was being unreasonable. "I'm just here to watch the show." The man in his 30s retracted his gaze. He actually had a pair of pupilless, silver-white eyes. He rejoiced in their misfortune and said, "With this downpour, the Tao Te Tao sect has become a pond. Our northern Mang Daoist sect has lost all of its face. If the imperial preceptor doesn't make a move, how will he have the face to exterminate the Buddha?" The man didn't have the leisure to laugh at others like the man beside him. His words were as plain as ever, never deliberately giving others the feeling of thunder on the ground. "Then I don't know." The Dragon Tree Holy Monk explained the Diamond Sutra in simple terms. "It's a pity that you didn't hear it." The man frowned and said, "Hong Jingyan, the Dragon Tree eminent monk studied the Diamond Sutra his whole life and achieved the Buddha golden body. Yet you want to grasp everything in your hands. It won't be beneficial to your martial arts attainments in the future. Instead, it will be harmful." The silver-eyed man called Hong Jingyan laughed self-deprecatingly. "Anyway, I can't beat you no matter how much I practice martial arts. It's better to learn some fancy skills that can scare people. Look at Li Chungang from the Liang dynasty who borrowed his sword and Li Xiaoxin who hung on the river. It'll be talked about in Jianghu for 40 to 50 years. The man didn't seem to understand the ways of the world. He said, "How to persuade is my business. How to do it is your business." Hong Jingyan couldn't help but laugh. If you really want someone to do something, who dares to not do it? The honest man dismissed it with a smile. Hong Jingyan, who was knocked down from the 4th place in the world by the white-robed Luo Yang, suggested, "Let's eat something." The man nodded and said, "We left in a hurry and didn't bring any money. I'll pay you back later." Hong Jingyan moved his feet and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're actually arguing with me about this?" He didn't expect the man to say bluntly, "Our friendship isn't at that level." Hong Jingyan laughed heartily and didn't insist on his opinion. There was a Taoist temple nearby that had vegetarian dishes, but it was overcrowded. The two waited patiently. During this time, the man was bumped by a careless pilgrim and didn't move at all. However, the burly pilgrim stumbled and he reached out to support him. The pilgrim came to the Tao Te sect to burn incense and ask for money. He wasn't a good person who sincerely believed in Taoism. After being humiliated, he was about to get angry. However, when he saw a man whose physique was not inferior to his, he cursed and left. The middle-aged man turned a deaf ear to him. Hong Jingyan was familiar with his temperament and was used to it. The two waited for a table and Hong Jingyan ordered 2 bowls of noodles. They sat opposite each other and buried their heads in the noodles. Hong Jingyan sucked the noodles into his mouth and asked vaguely, step by step, the 3 realms of Diamond Finger and Celestial Phenomenon, what's the difference between them and the 2 Zen temples Invincible Vajra, Immortal Qilan's Xian Finger and Chao Changqing Celestial Phenomenon? Moreover, the realm of martial arts is like Dong Tai's Xian Finger. It's not quite the same as ours. The man finished his noodles and put down his chopsticks on the bowl. He shook his head and said, I'm not good at reasoning. If you're willing, we can fight. Fight with you. Hong Jingyan didn't respond at all. He answered his own question and said calmly, I can carry the Yellow River to cross the Heaven's Gate. Of course, it'll be more difficult. But Li Dang has to follow the rules. He won't pour the Yellow River over everyone's head. He's unwilling and he doesn't dare. If it's me, I'll do whatever I want. Taoists pay attention to the presence of deities. If a monk wants to become a Buddha, he must first have Buddha in his heart. In the end, the people of the 3 sects all borrowed power. Since they borrowed something from the heavens, it's like a commoner borrowing money. They'll be soft-hearted and feel uncomfortable all over. Those who dare to be extravagant will become unorthodox or wild fox Zen. In the end, their immortality and freedom aren't really free in my opinion. As for the Confucian school of sacrificing oneself for righteousness, it's even more like a scholar's cage. In the end, it's only the martial arts who prove their Tao through strength that's refreshing. The man frowned and said, you still haven't gotten to the point. Hong Jingyan, who didn't have any edge to speak of today, laughed softly and said, let's not talk about this. Give me a definite answer. When the 2 countries are at war again, I'll go to your place to stay. The middle-aged man didn't comment. Hong Jingyan didn't feel that he was being neglected or underestimated. He leaned lazily on the back of the chair and said slowly, His Majesty has been purging the Jianghu for many years. It's time for flowers and fruits to blossom. When the time comes, there will be many outstanding Jianghu people like the Sword Emperor of Shishu on the battlefield. It's tragic. It'll be good if only 1 out of 10 of them survive. I really feel bad for them. The dark and taciturn man interlocked his fingers and still didn't say a word. Hong Jingyan suddenly asked, do you think the 2 of us can sneak into the palace of the Liang dynasty and take the head of the Zhao family's son? Why don't we go to Beiliang and kill Su Shao? The man glanced at the man who made a name for himself in the chess and sword music school and said lightly, although I don't know much about Buddhism, I've heard of a saying in the Central Plains, virtue is 1 foot tall, the devil is 10 feet tall. I'm sure that Wang Xianji of the Martial Emperor City has been waiting for us for a long time. As for Su Shao, he's involved in the tripartite balance of power of Liang Mang and Liang. Since you have ambitions, you can't kill him just because you want to. Besides, you can't kill him anyway. Hong Jingyan sighed. The middle-aged man asked, I heard you lost to her. The chair under Hong Jingyan's feet left the ground as it swayed. This man, who had once watched the devil grow up in Luoyang, said with a calm expression, I lost. She paid a big price. She destroyed 126 acupoints and was heartless. She was a living dead. Later, she was shattered by Dong Tai's sword aura. She won't live for long. The man was a little regretful. He stood up and left the Taoist temple. Hong Jingyan was silent for a long time. Finally, he exhaled a long breath. His whole body was soaked in cold sweat. A woman wearing a veil hat and holding a pipa walked in. She sat quietly beside Hong Jingyan. She lifted the veil hat and revealed half of her face. Hong Jingyan glanced at her and asked for a bowl of vegetarian noodles from the Taoist temple. He said, "He can owe me, but you can't." The half-faced woman had a tender face and an old voice. She was as hoarse as an old woman. "She's not dead yet. How are you going to settle your debt?" Hong Jingyan sneered. "Are you and your lover, Zhong Liang, qualified to collect debts from me?" The woman pressed a string of the pipa in an instant. Hong Jingyan stretched. "Don't be angry with me. You haven't eaten vegetarian noodles and you're already full. Look at how tactful I am. I can't beat that guy, so I'm treating him to a meal." The number of people Hong Jingyan couldn't beat could be counted on one hand. And the Maha Bodhisattva who could make Hong Jingyan feel as if he was facing a great enemy had already crossed the Yellow River and headed to the Arctic tundra. Chapter 609. Enjoying happiness together was a rare good thing. Taking a step back, having someone to bear hardships with was not bad either. The supervisor of the Yenyang temple had this kind of mentality. Eating and sleeping in the open with the scholar surnamed Su, it was a fortunate thing for him to have a companion to chat with on this trip. Jiuwei Taoist Luo Pingyang was confident in his ability to read people's faces. Although this scholar's face and aura did not match, revealing an unfathomable oddity, no matter how bad he would not be a bad person. Besides, he and his disciple were not worth the effort of others to swindle and cheat them. Even if they made meat buns, it would not be more than 200 caddies of meat. Over time, some small secrets were no longer hidden. Su Fengnian gradually knew that this unknown supervisor of the small Taoist temple was very attentive in teaching. He taught his disciple how to practice qi along the way. About a few times when they stopped at a place to rest, Su Fengnian paid for it out of his own pocket. The old Taoist did not mind him watching and listening. Today, the young disciple followed his master's instructions and sat cross-legged in the shade of a rock by the Ruoshui River. His legs were crossed in the Vajra posture of Buddhism, which was the wishful posture in Taoism. The old Taoist carefully fished out a few yellowed books from the book box and handed them to Su Fengnian. He stroked his beard and smiled. "To tell you the truth, when I was young, my family was well off and I read many books. There was an elder in my family who liked Elder Huang and studied Taoism. I followed that elder to practice qi for a few years. Later, my family declined and I did not want to give up halfway, so I joined the Taoist temple and became a receptionist. These years, I read all the classics of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. It was not easy to pick out these 3 books, which I thought would not lead the disciples astray." Su Fengnian took a look. It was the 6 Wonders Gate from Tiantai sect, the continuation of meditation from Yuan Yuan Fan, a wandering immortal from the spring and autumn period, and the last book was the Theory of Bodhi Dao from the Huang sect. These 3 books were somewhat obscure to ordinary people, but for people of the 3 sects, it was not difficult to get their hands on them. However, the classics of Buddhism and Taoism were as vast as smoke. To be able to pick out these 3 books was enough to prove that the old Taoist was not a fake Taoist who casually put on a Taoist robe. The 3 books were steady and proper, describing the method of meditation step by step. They were not like many scriptures that pretended to say things like, "Return to Buddha for a lifetime," or "I want to leave this world," which were deliberately mystifying and playing tricks with the words. Of course, if Director Luo wanted to rely on these 3 books that anyone could buy and copy at home to cultivate the method of immortality, it was definitely a fool's dream. However, if one cultivated the method properly and diligently, they could, to a certain extent, get rid of diseases and prolong life. It was rare for the old Taoist to meet someone who was willing to listen to him show off his cultivation experience, so he was very leisurely. He pointed at his disciple's back, intending to give this young man some pointers. "Young Master Su, look at my disciple's back. His back is straight like the stacking of a plate. This is very particular." The old Taoist kept him in suspense and asked with a smile, "Young Master Su, have you ever seen ginseng before?" Su Fingnian smiled and said, I've only seen it a few times by luck. The old Taoist narrowed his eyes and clicked his tongue. That's good stuff. When I was young, I followed my elders to cultivate and saw a few old ginseng that were picked from the Liangliao region of the Liang dynasty. They were as thick as an arm. Hey, I'm off topic. Let's not talk about this. A real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. In short, all living things are born with spirits, especially ginseng. A ginseng's branches must be curled into knots in order to cultivate its origin and prevent its essence from leaking out. It's the same for us Taoists when we meditate and breathe. Also, when we meditate, we have to gently lick our tongues against the roof of our mouths, and babies who haven't grown teeth yet fall asleep. All in all, these are just the foundation of cultivation. In fact, they haven't crossed the threshold yet, so it's difficult to enter the room. This poor Taoist has read all kinds of books, and whenever I have spare money, I'll buy books from the broken-down aristocratic families. In the books, there are thousands of beauties. This poor Taoist is an outsider who only wants to find immortality in piles of paper. After so many years, I don't dare to say that I've really cultivated anything. Taoism relies on breathing and qi, and there's a saying that there are 12 floors. However, this poor Taoist has only cultivated 5 or 6 floors. Alas, that's why there's a saying that cultivating is like entering Shu, and it's really as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Some people who burn incense praise me as a Taoist master and an immortal. It's really shameful. This time, Taoist Master Qilin spread a rumor that the Taoist sect is going to repair the Daoist canon and gather all the Taoist books in the world. I'm not afraid that young Master Su will laugh at me, but this poor Taoist is not going to the Water and Land Taoist Temple. I just want to go to any of the Taoist temples in the Taoist sect to help with the chores. Not to mention other things, I'll be satisfied if I can take a few glances at some of the incomplete books. As for the trivial matters like accommodation and food, this poor Taoist and my disciple can deal with it. The old Taoist's disciple was swaying and dizzy. He was exhausted physically and mentally and was about to fall asleep. He looked like he was powerless to sit still. The old Taoist was very nervous. He whispered to Su Fingnian, this poor Taoist's disciple's innate talent is not bad. It's 10,000 times better than this poor Taoist. Look at him, this is the sign of his sea of qi rising. No matter when he opens or closes his eyes, there will be scenes of fireflies or hooks and chains. It proves that he has achieved a small success in his cultivation. When this poor Taoist cultivated the 2 great supernatural powers of hearing and seeing, he suffered a lot to pass this stage. At first, he recklessly used guarding intent to upper Dantian. For a moment, his face was flushed red and he thought that he had achieved a success in his cultivation. Later on, he realized that he had gone astray. Now that I've returned to teach my disciple the mental cultivation method, he won't take too many detours. Taoist Master Luo was talking excitedly. He didn't expect that his disciple almost fell down. He said weakly, Master, I'm hungry. Chapter 6:10. His disciple's betrayal made the old Taoist lose face. He was so angry that he smashed a chestnut on the child's head. Eat, 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 you only know how to eat. You're such a glutton who doesn't make progress. If there were no outsiders present, the child would not mind being scolded and beaten by his master. However, he did not have a good impression of the young scholar from the moment he met him. Now he felt that he had lost a lot of face and stared at Taoist Luo with red eyes. As the master of the small monastery, he did not have the bearing of an expert. He shouted and stretched out his hand and then hit his disciple's palm more than 10 times. The child could not stand the beating and the old man patted with all his strength. The little hand instantly turned red, feeling pain and grievance. He cried loudly and glanced at the scholar who was not pleasing to his eyes. He felt even more heartbroken. He got up and squatted by the side of the river, picking up stones and throwing them into the river. The old Taoist said to Su Fingnian sincerely, in Taoist cultivation, even if you see fireflies in chains, if you do not follow the right path, you will still be regarded as a light and shadow door by the Zen sect. Half of this is because Buddhism starts with the mind and does not pay attention to the training of the body. There is also no Taoist inner elixir, so it is regarded as an obstacle. The other half is that there is indeed the suspicion of Qigong deviation. If young master has the intention to study meditation, you cannot ignore it. However, I am also a blind person who is trying to cross the river blindly. In my own words, I am borrowing fake cultivation. I am afraid that I will be laughed to death by the enlightened people in the monastery. I am limited by my aptitude and have not been able to smell the sandalwood fragrance. Not to mention those who have attained Tao and ascended, even those who have little immortality are out of reach. This disciple of mine is also a child with a hard life. Although he is not sensible, his foundation and mind are not bad. I just want him to suffer less in the future. Young Master Su, please do not blame him for his long face. The child is too young. After walking for thousands of miles, the soles of his feet have changed a few layers of calluses. Since young, he has treated Yenyang Monastery as his home. He can never be happy. Su Fingnian smiled and shook his head. Supervisor Luo, you are too serious. I am not good with children. Which family's children rarely have a good face when they see me? Taoist Luo sighed softly. We are like a cup of muddy water. After it is still, we see the dirt at the bottom of the cup. When one is sick, one will know the suffering of the body. When one is healthy, one will be busy in the midst of chaos. Su Fingnian pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, an empty room looks clean, but only when the sun shines through the window will one know that there is a myriad of dust. Once a person of Taoism enters the first stage, he will reach the profound realm. I'm afraid that this is the comprehension gained from this movement and stillness. After ascending to the Vajra realm, regardless of whether he was observing waterfalls or rivers, he would still be able to faintly see some kind of trace left behind. If he were to reach the finger profound realm, would he be able to produce a kind of foresight? Su Fingnian was lost in thought. In the Emperor Qin's mausoleum, Luo Yang's painstaking efforts outside the bronze door had given him a great shock. Taoist Luo pondered for a while, then said with a face full of fascination, first stage, I dare not think about it. The three of them had been walking northwest along the Ruo River. Every time they stopped to rest, they would sleep by the water under the starry sky. The last time they rested, Su Fingnian would be separated from this pair of master and disciple the next day. The latter would rush to the Yellow River and take a boat upstream along the Yellow River to participate in the huge water and land dojo of the Tao Te Dao sect. Su Fingnian, on the other hand, did not need to make a turn. After walking for another half an hour, he would be able to see the final target of this trip to Beimang. On this night, the two seasons of summer and autumn converged. The stars hung in the sky, and the Milky Way shone brightly overhead. The northern sky was so low that it seemed almost within reach. Su Fingnian sat by the Ruo River in a daze. He collected his thoughts and turned his head to look. Taoist Luo's little disciple was standing not far away, hesitating. When he saw Su Fingnian looking at him, he turned around and ran. However, after running for a dozen steps, he stopped and turned back to walk unwillingly toward the river. The child's dislike of Su Fingnian was written all over his face. He did not know why he was willing to take the initiative to talk tonight. After sitting down, the two of them were silent. Finally, the child could not hold it in and asked, Su, have you heard of the saying, virtue is 1 foot tall, and the devil is 10 feet tall? Su Fingnian nodded. The child frowned and asked seriously, 10 feet is always better than 1 foot, right? Every time I ask Master why the devil is 9 feet taller than the Tao, he can't give me an answer and always changes the topic. Do you understand? Su Fingnian smiled and said, I don't really understand. The child twisted his mouth and said disdainfully, "You don't have much knowledge. You don't even know how to meditate. You need my master to teach you." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "Your master is very knowledgeable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the supervisor of your Yenyang temple. It's not shameful that I can't compare to him." The child said proudly, "Everyone says that my master's fortune-telling is accurate." Su Fengnian looked at the ruo shui that was swaying on the surface of the river under the starlight and did not make a sound. The child told the truth. "Before master went to bed, he told me to come and thank you. I didn't want to at first, but he is my master. I have to listen to him." Su Fengnian said self-mockingly, "You are an honest person." The child was no longer willing to pay attention to this guy. He put his head on his bent knees and looked at the ruo shui in a daze. He turned his head and said slowly, "That day at the crossing of the river, I really did see a female water ghost wearing red robes. Do you believe it?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "I believe it." As he spoke, a smear of red swam in the ruo shui and disappeared. Su Fengnian thought for a while and took out a stack of straw sandals from the book box. There were 3 pairs. He took out 2 pairs and gave them to the child. "I only made 1 pair. After I saw you guys, I made 2 more pairs. If you don't mind, take it as a parting gift." The child was surprised. He hesitated for a moment but still took the 2 pairs of straw sandals. At this moment, he didn't hate the scholar in front of him as much. The child hugged the straw sandals and asked curiously, "You also know how to weave straw sandals? Who are you giving them to?" Su Fengnian looked calmly at the water and said softly, "You have a master. I also have a master." Chapter 6:11. Taoist Luo opened his eyes early in the morning, but did not find his sleepy disciple. It was strange that this little brat was so angry even when he woke up. He got up and looked over, only to find his disciple holding a tree branch and messing around by the river. Messing around? Taoist Luo quickly changed his mind and walked over with his hands behind his back. He saw his disciple with a good foundation holding a tree branch in his hand. Every time he condensed his qi, his movements were smooth like a dragon or a snake. Taoist Luo's eyes widened. Could this brat really be so talented that he could comprehend swordsmanship by looking at the water and learn it by himself? But Taoist Luo remembered that he did not teach him swordsmanship at all. It was not because he was afraid that teaching his disciple would starve his master, but because Taoist Luo knew nothing about swordsmanship. Taoist Luo did not see young Master Su's figure. He waited until his disciple stopped, sweating profusely. Then he asked as if he had seen a ghost, "How did you learn swordsmanship?" This piece of charcoal snorted and brandished his sword with a withered branch. He grinned and said, "Young Master Su praised my constitution and taught me this sword move. I'm thinking that when we return to Yenyang Monastery, senior martial brother Qing Yan won't be my match." Speaking of that old man who relied on his strength and age and his master who was from the same sect as the temple dean, the child was especially vengeful. He always wanted to beat him up after he learned some peerless martial arts. Taoist Luo frowned and asked, "That young Master Su also knows swordsmanship?" The child shook his head and said, "I don't think so. Before he taught me this move last night, he said that he read it from an ancient manual with a missing page. I think he thought that he could not learn it, so he taught it to me. When I become a top swordsman in the future, he will be proud." The child remembered something and ran to the river bank. He picked up 2 pairs of straw sandals and said with a smile, "Master, he gave this to us. Before he left, he asked me to pass a message to you. He said that he liked your poem and that it was the words of a benevolent person. He also said that the sword moves the mountains to restore peace. In the end, he said that he had memorized all 32 poems and that he would read them to his second sister when he returned. Anyway, that fellow nagged on and on, but that was all I could remember." Later on, I was too preoccupied with practicing my sword and forgot some. Anyway, I didn't really understand. The old Taoist pretended that he was about to hit, but how could the child be afraid of this kind of bravado that he had seen for many years? He held the branch like a sword and pushed the straw sandals towards his master's arms. He said flatteringly, "I'll go back to the book box. Master, remember, I will be a swordsman in the future. Just wait for my sword to move the mountains." Taoist Luo smiled helplessly. "Brat, remember my kindness." The child dashed forward, his laughter crisp and clear. "I know." Taoist Luo lowered his head and looked at the straw sandals in his hands. He shook his head and sighed. "When we went to bed, we parted ways with the sandals. Who knew that we would never meet again after we closed our eyes?" Su Fingnian walked alone on the shore of the Ruo River. He wore a green python robe and a red robe floated leisurely. Otherworldly items naturally liked water and hated fire. When the otherworldly items Yuanying saw water, they would be happy. From time to time, their heads would float to the surface of the water with a fish in their mouths. They would face Su Fingnian on the shore with their mouths full of blood. Su Fingnian was too lazy to care about them. Of course, that pair of master and disciple didn't know that if it wasn't for him secretly stopping them when they were crossing the river, the man holding the sheepskin raft would have been dragged into the water and become the otherworldly item's meal. It wasn't wrong for the child to treat him as a water ghost. The sword technique that Su Fingnian taught the child that night was the majestic opening shoe style. However, with the master and disciple's background, even if the child practiced the sword every day, he wouldn't be able to grasp half of the essence of that sword technique. Since ancient times, it was hard to find a good master, and even harder to find a wise master. There was a huge gap between the 4th grade of martial master and the 2nd grade of master. The 1st grade was as high as Wei Tian Men. Taoist Luo could be considered as someone who was determined. He was also a supervisor of the Taoist temple. He spent his whole life tirelessly searching for the art of immortality. However, even now, he hadn't completed half of the 12 floors of the Taoist temple. This was the real Jianghu. Some people were so poor that they couldn't even touch a single coin. Some people were so rich that they couldn't even look at a mountain of gold. Su Fingnian suddenly stopped and squatted on the ground. He took out the things in the book box to bask in the sun. It was like exchanging a Nanjiao sword for the spring and autumn sword from the Western Shu Orphan. Su Fingnian could only use 50% to 60% of the sword qi. That time when they met in a narrow alley in the rain, he almost died under the wild beat of the blind female zither player. The black box containing the 3 ancient swords of the Great Qin dynasty was flipped over the dragon wall into the mausoleum of the Emperor Qin. That white robe. A spring thunder. Did the face of the white fox climb the stairs? A saber manual, stopped at the knot of black hair. The soft armor on his body that he couldn't take off during his last 2 travels. 12 flying swords, the sword embryo of the dewdrop golden thread Taya sword was completed. A pair of straw sandals that he didn't know if he could give away. This work was learned from old Huang. He remembered the first time the old man with missing front teeth handed over a pair of straw sandals. Su Fingnian stomped his feet and cursed. Were these considered shoes? Later, he felt that straw sandals were better than walking barefoot. He got used to wearing them. That time when he just returned to Bailiang Palace and put on the comfortable jade shoes again, he was actually not used to it. As the heir of a feudal lord, he could get a lot of rare things for no reason. However, Su Fingnian also unknowingly risked his life to get some things. At the same time, as time passed, he lost a lot of things that couldn't be retained no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't talk about how many hardships he had suffered. If he talked about it, people would only think that he was greedy and didn't know how to be content. It was like he was talking to a hungry man about meat and greasy food. Therefore, he could only say that he enjoyed a lot of luck when he met people. Su Fingnian put the books back into the box one by one. The nascent soul of the otherworldly item came to the shore and looked at this guy with pity. Under Su Zhao's personal supervision, the Liang dynasty had once built an unprecedentedly huge post house network. The post house was the point, and the post house was the line. The line was supplemented by beacons, military towns, and Wu Castle. It was a piece of land that looked daunting. Today, the eastern border of Liang dynasty almost completely copied the original framework. Beimang, which had absorbed a large number of people from the Central Plains, also spared no effort to engrave the proven effective war framework. Among them, there were a total of 100 beacon towers in Jiayu County of Longyao Province, where Maolong was located. They were distributed according to 3 lines, one for every 10 miles. They were continuous and connected to each other. Every time there was a war, the smoke would rise one after another. The Empress once patrolled the border at night. When she felt like it, she climbed the beacon tower and lit the 4 torches herself. The next moment, the whole province was ablaze with lights. The 3 beacon towers were like 3 fire dragons. That night, when they found out that a beacon tower was negligent, 9 people, including the commander and deputy commander, were beheaded on the spot. The commander of the beacon tower was demoted to an ordinary beacon tower, and he would never be promoted again. Beimang had a few courier routes that were only used by the military. Once, there was a powerful imperial relative who privately owned salt and iron. He collided with a group of cavalry from the southern dynasties in Longyao province and was killed. The news was somehow leaked. When the Empress killed this nephew of hers, she said that smuggling salt and iron didn't have to die, but riding a horse on the courier route deserved to die twice. Then, this person's young legitimate son was dragged out of his home and hanged to death. From then on, there were no more miscellaneous people passing through these courier routes. The courier route leading to the military town of Ligu was already full of frightened birds. The 4,000 cavalrymen galloped all the way, destroying all the courier stations and beacon towers without exception. Everyone knew that the 6,000 soldiers defending Ligu were like turtles in a jar. They didn't dare to retreat or fight. Tiazhu and Gentleman's Hall were examples of what happened to them. Tiazhu took the initiative to attack. Before Ligu reached Maolong, they had no choice but to take on the cruel mission of sacrificing their lives to wear down the lone army. They could only pray that the great generals of the southern dynasties could quickly come up with a countermeasure. After 2 battles, the once arrogant southern dynasties no longer had any military towns that could match the strength of the elite troops of Beiliang. Ligu was facing a disaster, and everyone was in a state of panic. In addition, the city was sealed. Many of the descendants of the noble families who couldn't leave the city either hugged their heads and cried bitterly. Because of the martial law, the people who were kept in the dark were not as disheartened as the well-informed nobles and gentry. Ligu was uncomfortable, and Maolong was also grieving for the death of the rabbit. Many families in the city took advantage of the fact that the city had not been sealed and fled north with their families. It was like the scene of the scholars fleeing north in the spring and autumn period. It was all because of the Beiliang army and the butchers. Maolong's Ladder Mountain Beacon Tower. Built on the peak of a hill, it was sturdy and rammed with thick red willow branches. The tower was tall and large. Because this mountain was close to the important border town of Maolong, the Ladder Mountain Beacon Tower was equipped with an extra 3 men. There were 12 men in one tower. In the past few years, the Beiliang of the various provinces didn't care about the northern dynasties and only used people from the northern dynasties. People from the southern dynasties were not allowed to be the Beiliang. It was only in the recent 2 years that they were allowed to enter the Beiliang. Then, the 2 sides quickly became equal. Many people complained about this. The 12 men in the Ladder Mountain Beacon Tower were evenly split between the northern and southern dynasties. 2 of the 3 men were from the southern dynasties, and the other one was a rough man. He couldn't compete with the other two and was pushed aside. This made the Mang Bailiang very embarrassed. He was getting worse and worse. Previously, he dared to secretly drink a few mouthfuls of wine. Now that he was caught, he was whipped. Chapter 6:12. The two sway marshals of the Southern Dynasty liked to order him around when they had nothing to do. They even threw all the hard work of late-night duty to him. The only time he got angry was when his beautiful daughter came to visit. She was stopped by the sway marshals halfway and was dragged into the forest. The other Fengzi were also curious about how such a good-for-nothing could give birth to such a beautiful daughter. If she was unlucky enough to take after her father, she would be too big and she would never be able to get married. As for whether the deputy sway marshal succeeded or failed, the outsiders could only guess. The Fengzi of the Southern Dynasty despised him and the Fengzi of the Northern Court hated him. The Fengzi of the Northern Court hated him. The Fengzi of the Northern Court also hated him. The Fengzi of the Southern Court looked down on him and the Fengzi of the Northern Court also hated him. The Fengzi of the Southern Court looked down on him and the Fengzi of the Northern Court also hated him. The Fengzi of the Southern Court looked down on him and the Fengzi of the Northern Court also hated him. The Fengzi of the Southern Court was the only one who could talk to the Fengzi of the latter mountain. The new Fengzi was called Yuan Huai. In the Southern Court, Yuan had the surname Yi. It was also one of the few big surnames. However, no one thought that the son of such a big family would be willing to be a Fengzi who was destined to have no military achievements. Yuan Huai was not on duty during the day. Since the Fengzi of the Fengzi stopped drinking outside the Fengzi, he had nowhere to go. He always stood in the dark inside the Fengzi tower and looked outside. He did not get tired of it even after many years. Yuan Huai was a Fengzi with delicate features and a slim waist like a woman. Everyone in the latter mountain knew that the sway marshal liked both men and women. They all wondered if this Fengzi of the Yuan Huai exchanged his but for the Fengzi position. Although the Fengzi of the Fengzi was a job with no benefits and no future compared to the regular border army, it was still much more comfortable than many other jobs. At least, they would not starve and they would not fall behind in their monthly salary. Yuan Huai did not look at the Fengzi and asked, "How many Fengzi do you think there are in the Liang dynasty?" The Fengzi of the Fengzi, who was not old but had an old appearance, said with a hoarse voice, "I'm not sure now. There should be 12,000 in the past 5 to 6 years. Yuan Huai touched the green headscarf on his head and asked curiously, "I heard from Marshal Sui that the Liang dynasty's beacons would light a torch every day to announce their safety. Why don't we do the same?" The old beacon master with a bitter expression said softly, "In order to pacify the Spring and Autumn 8 kingdoms, we must rely on this fire of peace to send messages to Great Peace City." Yuan Huai laughed and said, "That Emperor of Liang must be tired. If he doesn't see the Taiping fire one day, he won't be able to sleep. He'll have to summon the civil and military officials to the forbidden area." Old Wind Beacon replied calmly, "Nothing is tiring. The Empress had personally decreed that the entire territory of Beimang would not report the fire of peace. When it's not safe, I'll light up the smoke signal. Zhen will still give you peace." How conceited. Yuan Huai sighed and rubbed his face, which had become much darker and rougher after he became the son of a beacon. The steps of the ancestral hall must be covered with moss. Old Beacon remained silent. Yuan Huai said to himself, "If we were at home, I'd like to catch some candlelight bugs and put them into a bag to make a firefly bag. Then I can study at night without the light." He turned his head and joked, "Old Xiang, your daughter is so beautiful, like a fairy in a painting. Why don't you marry me?" The old man gave a rare smile, but did not say whether it was good or not. Yuan Huai stared and said, "Give me a definite answer, aren't you a man?" Old Beacon shook his head. Yuan Huai turned his head and muttered, "Petty." Yuan Huai was a rough person. He immediately asked, "Old Xiang, when do you think I can become Marshal Sui?" Old Beacon stared at him for a while, then turned his head and said, "You? No way. Yuan Huai said anxiously, why can't I? Old Beacon said softly, being an official requires you to hide your abilities, like a woman's chest. Yuan Huai was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly and said, oh, you know how to reason. Old Beacon said calmly, as long as you're a man, you'll understand a few things, especially an old man like me. Yuan Huai rolled his eyes and said, talking to you is boring. A young Beacon walked in and ordered the old man arrogantly, Old Xiang, go with me to the market and bring a few jugs of wine. I'll owe you the wine money first. Old Fengzi remained silent and was about to leave Fengshui to buy wine for his colleagues. As for the money that these Fengzi owed him, it would accumulate over time. Not to mention 50 taels of silver, 30 to 40 taels of silver would definitely not run away. However, he was just a pile of mud that was used to being bullied by others. Yuan Huai couldn't stand it anymore, so he tried to smooth things over for Old Xiang. Old Beacon glared at Yuan Huai angrily. Yuan Huai's palm-sized face, sharp chin, and soft skin made him look like a woman. His anger dissipated, but he also felt a fire burning in his lower abdomen. However, this Yuan Huai was most likely Marshal Sui's plaything, so he didn't dare to be presumptuous no matter how bold he was. However, it was good to have some fun. He said he was a good brother and was about to put his arm around Yuan Huai's shoulder, but Yuan Huai nimbly dodged him and slipped away. Fengzi, who was waiting for his death on the ladder mountain, was greatly disappointed. He glared at Yuan Zhou's buttocks and cursed himself inwardly for missing his wife so much that he went crazy. Then he turned around and looked at that wretched old bastard, spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm, and walked out swaggeringly. Feng Shui of the ladder mountain had 2 horses, one of them was given to Marshal Sui to ride to the military town of Maolong. The wine market was about 20 miles away. Yuan Huai told Feng Zi, who was guarding the horses, that he was going to treat all his brothers to a drink so he could ride down the mountain. Chapter 6:13. When they went down the mountain, Yuan Huai passed by a small group of cavaliers from the border town. The leader was a handsome guy who looked like the guy in the beacon. When he saw Yuan Huai, he had a playful look in his eyes and whistled. Yuan Huai suppressed his disgust and spurred his horse forward. There were a total of 6 riders in the group. A rider who was half a horse's length away from the leader asked softly, "Aren't we going to kill them?" The leader, who was still frivolous a moment ago, narrowed his eyes and shook his head slightly. "We'll kill them later. Remember, there may be more than 9 beacon princes near the important town." The handsome rider snorted. "Brother Hanlin, we've killed our way here. We've already destroyed 7 beacon princes. We're well aware of the situation." Li Hanlin, who had become colder in silence, exhaled. "It's never a bad thing to be careful. We can't lose our lives in Beimang again. Once we get rid of this beacon, we won't have anything else to do. After we go back." Li Hanlin did not continue. How many of them could go back? Li Shiyue bit his cracked lips. His eyes were cold as he nodded heavily. There was a checkpoint about half a li away from the ladder mountain thingy. A Fengzi was dozing off under the shade of a tree. He did not even wake up from the sound of hooves that were not wrapped in a soft cloth. Fortunately, a crossbow arrow pierced through his head and nailed into the tree trunk. The Fengzi did not die in pain. His head only shook slightly. The rider deliberately stopped at the checkpoint and then slowly went up the mountain. There were 2 beacon princes from the southern dynasty who were joking around outside the beacon. They were waiting for Yuan Huai to buy wine to satisfy their cravings. When they saw the rider in Maolong light armor lazily appear in their field of vision, they thought he was a soldier looking for an acquaintance. They squeezed out a smile and went forward to flatter him. The 6 riders dismounted at the same time. Li Hanlin smiled and put his arm around one of the beacon prince's shoulders as he walked towards the beacon. He asked casually, "Is your Marshal Sui here? I finally got the chance to sneak out to take a breather." We agreed to go to Maolong to drink wine tonight. Don't stand me up. If the Bailiang really attacks, I don't even know if I'll be dead or alive. I'd better find some women and have some fun. Feng Zi was drooling with envy in his heart, but he smiled and said, yes, yes, yes. Sir, you're right. If you trust me, this humble one will be bold enough to lead the way for you. I am very familiar with the brothels in Maolong. Stepping into the shadow of the fire beacon, Li Hanlin laughed heartily. You're smart. I like it. He was on the right track. He was really on the path to the underworld. At the same time, October Li broke the neck of another first wind beacon. Li Hanlin signaled Lu Do with his eyes. Lu Do held a dagger in his mouth and a spear pouch hanging from his waist. He leaped high and hooked his hands into the sway wall. He climbed up swiftly and quietly. There were 50 crossbowmen, but there were only 6 of them left. Corporal Li Hanlin, Corporal Lu Do, October Li, and 3 other elite crossbowmen who had swapped their cold sabers for Mang sabers. Among them, Lu Do was no longer equipped with a saber. Inside the sway wall, Li Hanlin was in a killing frenzy. He thought that everything had been settled, except for the female first wind beacon who rode down the mountain. He ordered Lu Do and October Li to search the sway wall for a secret room. Unexpectedly, an old first wind beacon ambushed Li Hanlin from a hidden spot. At that time, Li Hanlin was about to retrieve some records of the sway wall. In the end, Ma Xinzhai blocked the sinister saber for him. The sharp saber stabbed a Bailiang man through the heart. The first wind beacon was obviously a master. When he pulled out his saber, it drew an arc and tore open the man's heart. Before he died, Ma Xinzhai said that he wanted to return to Bailiang and take some money to give to the parents, wives, and children of his fallen brothers. The first wind beacon struck his saber swiftly and fiercely. Li Hanlin struggled to parry and was hit in the shoulder by the first wind beacon. Fortunately, before he could exert his strength, the first wind beacon was punched in the back by Lu Do, who had rushed over after hearing the sound. As if that wasn't enough, Lu Do pressed the first wind beacon's head and smashed it against the wall. The first wind beacon's head was like a watermelon when it fell to the ground. Lu Do looked at Li Hanlin, who shook his head and said that he was fine. Li Hanlin walked over to Ma Xinzhai's corpse and squatted down to help him close his eyes. Li October's lips moved, but he still did not make a sound. Li Hanlin calmly said, Lu Do, you are good at tracking. Ride my horse with the best legs and go after that Feng Zi who went down the mountain. Remember, you only have to chase for 20 li. If you can't catch him, immediately turn back and meet us at the first beacon. Lu Do silently walked out of the beacon. Li October's fist pounded on the wall. Li Hanlin raised his head and said, Our Longxiang army has no intention of eating Li Gu. Let's see who will fall into the trap of Li Gu Maolong. Dong Zhuo personally led 8,000 cavalrymen to gallop day and night toward Maolong. From the very beginning, he was prepared to abandon Li Gu. Fatso Dong only looked fat, but in fact, he was the kind of sturdy man who was not the least bit bloated. He rode at the front. There was a constant stream of cavalry coming to report the military situation. Of the 80 cavalrymen under Dong Zhuo's command, Beimang was the number 1. The 8,000 elite cavalrymen of the Southern Dynasty were second to none. Their momentum was like a rainbow. Dong Zhuo habitually clenched his teeth, a haze appearing in his eyes. Half an hour later, none of the 100 cavalrymen returned. Finally, a cavalryman galloped over. His body was covered in blood and his back was full of arrows. Dong Zhuo whipped his horse to stop him from dismounting to report the military situation. Sit down and talk. This dying cavalryman had blood seeping out of his mouth. He tried his best to speak clearly. 3 li ahead, there is a heavy ambush. After saying this, he died. Dong Zhuo stretched out his arm to support the corpse, not letting him fall off the horse. He exhaled a long breath, clenched his fist and raised his arm. The whole army was solemn. Their fighting spirit was high. Dong Zhuo did not move. A large banner with the character Dong flapped in the wind. The front was also called the mouth of the gourd. The two ends were wide and the middle was narrow. The 100 cavalrymen must have died there. Dong Zhuo had always been very patient. The other side knew that Dong Zhuo's cavalrymen knew about the ambush. Seeing that he did not intend to move forward, they rushed out of the mouth of the gourd. The black mass of cavalrymen spread out like a tide. 4,000 Long Xiang army. 8,000 Dong Zhuo's army. Chapter 6:14. The two armies confronted each other. At the front of the formation, a black-clothed youth held two corpses in his hands. Before the cavalry behind him could charge, he tossed the corpses high into the air in Dong Zhuo's direction. When they fell to the ground, they turned into two puddles of mud. This provocation made the 8,000 cavalry behind the Dong banner gnash their teeth in anger. They tightened their grip on the spears in their hands, subconsciously clamping down on the bellies of their horses. These old soldiers who had been on the battlefield for a long time all took advantage of the gaps to grab their weapons. Once they were embedded in the formation, they would have a higher chance of killing and survival if they grabbed onto their machetes earlier. A large banner with red characters on a black background fluttered in the wind. To the Dong army on the plains facing the wind, the warhorses' galloping speed was slowed to a certain degree. However, when the old soldiers raised their heads to look at the scarlet Dong character, they immediately cleared their minds of distracting thoughts. As soon as General Dong gave the order, they would crush this weary army that was barely half their size into ashes. Many of the cavalry silently chanted a simple ballad in their hearts. The sons of the Dong family rode their swords, mounted their spears, and died beside their horses. Dong Zhuo held a green spring spear in his hand. It was once the treasure of Mount Carrying. After Dong Zhuo became his son-in-law, he was given away as a dowry by the Mount Carrying Mountain's mountain lord. There were 18 cavalry behind Dong Zhuo. Their armor were all normal, but unlike the Dong cavalry, they all held spears in their hands and saddles. Their weapons were in their hands, and more than half of them had swords hanging from their waists. The 18 cavalry didn't have the austere aura unique to old soldiers either. Their attitudes were relatively relaxed, but the commanding officers who were known for their arrogance didn't look down on them in the slightest. In particular, when they looked at the thin old man sitting on horseback empty-handed, they all felt a bit of reverence. After all, not everyone had the ability to sit on the second seat of Mount Carrying. The youth began to run with a terrifyingly large black tiger. The green spring spear in Dong Zhuo's hand was originally pointed to the ground, but it suddenly rose up and pointed forward. The two armies charged at almost the same time. When the distance between the two cavalry armies was large enough, it didn't mean that whoever charged first would have the advantage. If the distance was too large, after a spurt of energy, morale would begin to decline, and the penetrative power of the first spear would also be damaged. However, in this battle, the distance between the two sides before the collision was enough to ensure that the speed and impact of the horses would be raised to the maximum. The ground trembled under the hooves of the horses, and yellow sand filled the air. The two streams of water moved forward at lightning speed. In normal cavalry battles, regardless of whether it was whistling or shouting, the cavalry liked to make noises to strengthen their momentum when charging. In order to prevent the warhorses from retreating and damaging their speed, some of the cavalry troops who were skilled in horsemanship would throw out a cloth to cover the warhorses' eyes. However, the 4,000 Long Xiang army and 8,000 Dong Zhuo army were particularly abnormal. They did not make any unnecessary movements. The riders and warhorses rose and fell at the same time, filling the air with a silent rhythm of iron and blood. Led by 18 riders, more than 60 Bubang mountain martial artists, along with 4,000 war riders, had already charged out. Dong Zhuo stopped his horse and stood still. Behind him were 2,000 roaming riders, while the other 2,000 roaming riders circled around in an arc, avoiding the front. From the left and right, in an all formation, they pierced toward the relatively weak Long Xiang army. Dong Zhuo waited quietly for the final decision. The first time the two sides came into contact, both sides penetrated the flesh and bones. A dragon elephant rider and a Dong family cavalryman pierced through their breastplates at almost the same time. Their warhorses continued to charge forward, abandoning their spears and pulling out their blades. When the two passed by, they each hacked out with their blades. The dragon elephant rider chopped off the northern barbarian's head with his blade, ignoring the heavy injury. He tilted his head to avoid the spear. Just as he was about to risk his life to hack out with his blade, the Dong family cavalryman behind him knocked him down with a spear. The spear was squeezed out in an arc in the air. Before the Bailiang cavalryman died, he threw out his cold blade with one hand and grabbed the spear with the other, not allowing the spear tip to be pulled out of his body. The enemy cavalryman let go of his blade, flicking away the cold blade that was flying towards him, and continued to charge forward silently. There were two cavalrymen who collided with their horses. The warhorses' skulls were smashed on the spot. The cavalrymen leaped up from their horses and used the momentum to stab their enemies in the chest. Both sides fell back at the same time, but they still held on to their spears. Before they could fight on foot, the cavalrymen from both sides were ready to pierce their skulls with their spears. Cavalry with astonishing strength could pierce the enemy's cavalrymen down with their spears. They used the remaining momentum of the warhorses' charge to pull out their spears and kill again. A dragon elephant rider ruthlessly pierced through the chests of two northern barbarians. When the two corpses fell from their horses, they still scuttled together like candied haws. He clamped a sharp spear under his armpit and twisted the Dong family cavalryman who didn't decisively throw away his spear at the first moment off his horse. He then chopped off half of his head and his entire shoulder. There were also Baimang cavalrymen who fell off their horses and were seriously injured but didn't die. They still chopped off the legs of Bailiang's horses before they died. The two armies strangled each other. In an instant, victory and defeat were decided. Apart from a few officers who excelled in horse fighting and didn't abandon their spears, continuously killing the enemy cavalrymen as they charged forward, it was simply impossible for a cavalryman to advance slowly and be surrounded by more than 10 cavalrymen and be swept away by his spear. It was even more impossible for a cavalryman to turn around and fight another several dozen rounds just because he ran into an evenly matched enemy general. There was only one exception. In the middle of this long battle line, there was still a huge hollow circle that defied common sense. Previously, when the black-clothed youth leaped into the air, he was slapped in the chest by a thin old man who didn't have any weapons in his hands. He fell to the ground with a loud bang. Then, he was entangled by 18 cavalrymen, either on horseback or off their horses. As long as a general personally entered the enemy's line, he was always a striking figure who was destined to be attacked by tides in the spring and autumn period. This kind of character would become a big chopping board nearby, with layers of flesh and blood stacked on top of each other. After the black-clothed and barefoot Su Longxiang led his army into Baimang, even though he had been deliberately intercepted at the tiled building, it was still not until today that he was truly stopped in his tracks. The green-clothed old man was Gong Pu, who was second only to one person in Mount Bubang. His internal force was vigorous, and he practiced martial arts with the master of Mount Bubang all year round. The other 17 cavalrymen were all brave men of Mount Bubang, not to mention there were more than 40 Pinglai cauldron-carrying slaves of Mount Bubang. Each of them was 10 feet tall and born with the strength of an ox. After practicing martial arts, they soaked themselves in medicine vats and tempered themselves to the realm of fake Vidra. Unfortunately, they encountered Su Longxiang who was born with Vidra. As long as they were torn apart by the youth, they would end up being dismembered. In the big circle, there were already more than a dozen Pinglai slaves with missing arms and legs lying on the ground. At this time, Su Longxiang ignored the sword of a Mount Bubang swordsman who stabbed him in the back and punched a cauldron-carrying slave in the chest. He slowly pulled out the heart and threw it on the ground. The middle-aged swordsman was shocked when the sharp sword pierced the youth's back. He clearly did not rely on the Qi to resist the sharp weapon. He immersed himself in the sword for 30 years and was quite conceited. He stabbed the youth's back with the sword in his hand, but no matter how much sword qi he added, it could not penetrate the youth's flesh. The black-clothed youth was slow at times and fast at times. He thought that the green sword was not sharp enough, so he leaned back and took the initiative to move closer to the green light lingering on the tip of the sword. Before the swordsman could let go of the sword, the slightly famous sharp sword in Jianghu was bent in an instant and then broke. The youth leaned back too fast. Not only did the swordsman's sword break, but his whole body was knocked away. His chest was shattered into a mess. He floated backward and fell into the yellow soil, dead. The black tiger looked up to the sky and roared. Under its claws, it clasped the blurred corpse of a Penglai giant. With a light hook, the corpse was smashed and blood soaked the yellow sand. The black tiger pounced on the next burly giant that was closest to it. Gong Pu, who was not in a hurry to fight with the black-clothed youth in close combat, saw this and shouted angrily, "Evil beast!" The black tiger was hit by Gong Pu's palm and flew to the side. After landing, it still slid for 50 or 60 feet. When it stood up, shaking its head, a warrior of Mount Bibing stabbed it with a spear. The spear stabbed into the black tiger's back for a foot. The black tiger did not feel the pain at all. It sank into the ground on all fours. After accumulating strength, it pounced on both the man and the horse. The spear-wielding knight's waist was bitten by the black tiger under Qishuangzhen's mount. It was a shocking sight. The divine beast, who was beaten down on the demon-slaying platform and recognized the black-clothed youth as its master, swung its tail as hard as iron. The Penglai slave on the back had a bloody wound from head to chest. It pounced on another giant that was not afraid of death. The latter's face was flushed red. He held the black tiger's mouth and did not let it bite him. The black tiger's whole head smashed down, breaking the giant's arm and smashing his head into the soil. Gong Pu, with a face full of anger, rushed over and kicked the black tiger again. More than a dozen of Liang Mang's cavalry rolled down. Chapter 6:15. Su Longxiang didn't care about the battle at Black Tiger's side at all. With a seemingly casual sweep of his arm, he cut off the waist of a swordsman from Mount Tibing. Pulling the upper body, he spun in an arc and smashed the chest of a giant man carrying a tripod into pieces. A wooden-faced old swordsman's sword was like pear blossom rain. Every time his sword pierced the barefoot youth's body, he would use the rebound of the sword tip to retreat a few feet. Back and forth, it was dazzling. In an instant, he had struck more than 90 swords. His hands, feet, head, face, cheeks, heart, and abdomen were all missing. A series of crisp and clear sounds of metal and stone hitting each other were extraordinary. The old swordsman tried to find the crazy youth's Achilles heel when his sword touched his glabella. The young swordsman, who had a fierce reputation after Bai Mang and Luo Yang, grinned and was about to take advantage of the slightly bent sword to move. The swordsman, who had integrated the Taoist's gang-stepping footwork into his body movement, had just taken a step when the youth in front of him punched the side of his left ear. The old swordsman hurriedly used his qi to counteract 70 to 80% of the killing intent, but because of the huge force, his body was lifted off the ground and fell upside down. Su Longxiang held his feet and stabbed them into the ground like throwing a spear into the ground. The swordsman, who had been famous for a long time, was squeezed until his chest was level with the yellow sand. Su Longxiang gently kicked the swordsman's legs and saw the ownerless sword. After hesitating for a moment, he bent down to pick it up and gently threw it up. His palms pressed against the hilt and the tip of the sword. The sword was broken into countless pieces by his palms. Holding the pieces of the sword with both hands, he looked up and saw the two remaining swordsmen. His figure suddenly jumped up and scared the two swordsmen out of their wits. They didn't care about the famous sword and ran away. One of them didn't run fast enough and was hit in the cheek by the black-clothed youth. His mouth was full of fragments and his face was unrecognizable. The other swordsman escaped because of the Penglai giant who sacrificed his life to stop him. However, he was already scared out of his wits. He no longer had any desire to fight. Regardless of whether he would be severely punished by Bingbing Mountain or not, he retreated and disappeared into the cavalry. Su Longxiang was addicted to killing. After tearing apart a giant man, he was about to look for his next target when Gong Pu used a shoulder slam to knock him back a few steps. Gong Pu's hair stood on end as he rushed forward in large strides. His two fists tore through the air, wrapping up the wind and sand as he gave the young man a brazen blow. Su Longxiang's feet left the ground, and he kicked Gong Pu's shoulder. Both of them were pushed back, and after sliding a distance of more than 100 feet, they both stopped at the same time. The two of them were like two armies of cavalry, and they collided. Gong Pu's fist landed on the young man's forehead, and the young man's fist landed on his chest. With the two of them as the center, a large circle of yellow sand wildly drifted outwards. Su Longxiang spat out a mouthful of blood. He smashed his right fist into the palm of his left hand and smiled sinisterly. Blood oozed out of Gong Pu's nostrils, and he gently wiped it away. Once the number of troops exceeded 10,000, and then the whole army fought to the death without a single soldier surrendering. There was no historical record before the spring and autumn period. In the spring and autumn period, there was only the Battle of the Imperial Concubine's Tomb. In that battle, Yuan Zuozong, who was ranked second, was the only one left. He used 16,000 light cavalry to hold back the most elite and majestic 40,000 heavy cavalry of West Chu. This allowed the Su family army, which was not called the Bailiang army at that time, to complete the strategic siege of West Chu, forcing the West Chu army to completely withdraw. Finally, it led to the Battle of the Western Barrier Wall, which was known as the decisive battle of the spring and autumn period. In that battle, on top of the imperial concubine's tomb, there were 16 soldiers around Yuan Zuozong who were protecting the White Bear. All of them were ordinary soldiers, because more than 30 generals had already died. At the beginning of that battle, Yuan Zuozong took the lead. From the cavalry battle to the infantry battle, he killed 16 enemy generals. With one silver spear, he killed more than 170 enemy cavalry. If Qin Jibao did not disobey the order and led the troops to rescue him, Yuan Zuozong was doomed to die in the imperial concubine's tomb. When the white-robed Qin Jibao walked to the tomb, Yuan Zuozong stood with his hands on his spear. His whole body was covered in blood, and his face could not be seen. Generally speaking, when 1/3 of the military strength was lost, the morale of the army would begin to collapse. In the spring and autumn period, there were countless ambitious and ruthless people who took advantage of the chaotic times to rise up. When they had a little bit of momentum, they hurriedly proclaimed themselves as kings and emperors. However, when these mixed-up armies met the elite regular army, they often collapsed at the first touch. There was no lack of absurd battles where 50 to 60,000 rebels were chased by thousands of cavalry for hundreds of miles, let alone fighting to the death. The powerful officials of the Liang dynasty all had their own ulterior motives. They said that if Gu Jiantang sat in the position of Su Shao, he could also stabilize the spring and autumn period. However, they never thought that Gu Jiantang could bring out such a valiant general like Yuan Zuozong. After the spring and autumn period was stabilized, the morale of the Bailiang army was still high. The battle at the mouth of the gorge was tragic. After noon, the two armies began their charge and fought until dusk. The yellow sand filled the mouth of the gorge and did not stop for a moment. The 4,000 Long Xiang army and the 6,000 Dongzhuo army almost changed from a cavalry battle to an infantry battle. If one did not see it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. The reason why Dong Zhuo was able to take over 3 military towns in the South Dynasty and dared to argue with a few generals in the South Dynasty was because he had 60,000 troops under his banner. When the Empress was patrolling the border, she personally asked Dong Zhuo if he was willing to exchange 60,000 troops for a king of the South Courtyard. What she meant was that Dong Zhuo's 60,000 troops could take out 60,000 of Bailiang's 300,000 cavalry. As for how Dong Zhuo, who was as cunning as a fox, would reply, no one knew. Although Dong Zhuo's face was as calm as water, the corner of his mouth seemed to be smiling. The 2,000 roaming cavalry behind him did not enter the battle. The complete system of the Northern Mang's Western Line's relay post, beacon post, and military town seemed to be perfect, but in the end, it had never been tainted by the blood of war. It was flashy but impractical. Dong Zhuo had always seen it with his eyes and was well aware of it, but he had never once mentioned it in the imperial court. For example, this time, the 8,000 Long Xiang army penetrated deep into the enemy's territory alone. They actually fought all the way to the military town without a wisp of smoke. After swallowing Gentleman's Restaurant, there was a short period of smoke from the beacon. However, the South Dynasty was blinded again. Wherever the Long Xiang army's horses pointed, there was no news from the hundreds of beacons in front of Gu Maolong. Even Dong Zhuo himself did not expect that the 4,000 Long Xiang army would not attack Gu Maolong. Instead, they would run all the way to ambush and kill the reinforcements. If it were not for the 8,000 troops that he had trained, he was afraid that the Long Xiang army would not even leave a bone behind. Dong Zhuo was still waiting. In this sudden battle, although his cavalry had galloped all the way to reinforce Gu Maolong, it could not be said that they were waiting at ease. However, compared to the Long Xiang army that had experienced 2 fierce battles, they still had the advantage. Dong Zhuo thought that 4,000 against 4,000 would fall into a disadvantage. However, he did not expect that the 2,000 roaming cavalry would participate in the battle and still not be able to defeat the Long Xiang army that was like a bowstring pulled to its limit. Dong Zhuo raised his butt. He could vaguely see the figures of the black-clothed youth and Gong Piao on the battlefield. The fat man clicked his tongue and said, "They really can fight." It wasn't easy for me to lick my face and ask for 18 riders from Mount Tibbing with father-in-law. In addition, there were more than 40 Penglai giants. With Gong Piao overseeing things, they were almost all slaughtered. After this battle, won't my wife not let me climb into bed for a few days? A roaming cavalry commander rode his horse to Dong Zhuo's side and asked in a low voice, "General." Dong Zhuo shook his head and said, "There's no rush." The sturdy commander asked cautiously, "If the stalemate continues, I'm afraid Gong Piao will." Dong Zhuo said bluntly, "Just wait until he dies." The commander who had followed Dong Zhuo for many years didn't have any abnormalities. He quietly retreated with an expressionless face. At this moment, the sky was like a naughty child splashing ink on a piece of white paper. The more ink there was, the darker the night became. The battle was finally about to end. Dong Zhuo waved his hand and the commander quickly rushed over. The fat man laughed and said, "Pass down the order. Our 2,000 riders will go kill that black-clothed youth. Keep an eye on him and don't pay any attention to the rest of the Long Xiang army. Whoever takes the youth's head will go to the Southern Imperial Court and become a 4th-rank official with real power, or will be promoted 3 ranks under my Dong Zhuo. It's up to him to choose." The commander grinned knowingly and said in a deep voice, "Understood." Dong Zhuo raised his green spring spear. He was finally going to personally enter the battlefield. 6,000 soldiers and horses in exchange for 4,000 Long Xiang army and the head of Ren Tu's second son. Was it worth it? Dong Zhuo sneered and said, "Looks like I'm going to make a killing this time." 50 miles outside the mouth of the gorge, 800 riders galloped wildly. All of them were wearing white horses and white armor. The leader was a handsome and tall rider holding a silver spear. Chapter 6:16 Yellow sand gradually stopped and rose again on the battlefield at the eastern end of the gourd. When a bugle horn sounded, the two armies tacitly stopped their slaughter, waiting for the final battle. A baby-faced young dragon-elephant cavalry soldier cried out with a wah sound. He raised his head and said to a familiar officer beside him, choking with sobs, "The little flea is dead." The officer whose armor was in tatters grinned with difficulty, not knowing if he should cry or laugh. He didn't know how to console this soldier under his command. This child's ancestors were all Bailiang border herders, his equestrian skills exquisite since he was young. When he entered the army, other newbies still had to throw their warhorses 10 or 8 times a day, yet he could even play with the horse's belly. At the time, the officer was there to personally witness it, cheering loudly. Without another word, he brought him into the Longxiang army, choosing left and right, as if he was choosing a wife. With great difficulty, he finally picked a warhorse that had just been brought into the army from Xianli pasture. It was half-cooked and unremarkable, but only this child took a fancy to it. Later on, it was proven that this horse really was a good horse, its leg strength extremely good, its explosive power also sufficient. Its most valuable point was that when it charged, it was willing to charge side by side with the cavalry. It was because this horse's temperament was jumpy, and when it was familiar with the battlefield, it liked to jump around the child's side, thus gaining the nickname of Little Flea. That child hated that he couldn't even sleep in the stable. If by chance his beloved warhorse contracted a minor illness, getting half its face stabbed by a wooden spear during the drill, it would only be foolishly happy. The child would only be able to cry from heartache, truly even more so than the wife he would marry in the future. In this battle, this child was impatient. Just the number of enemies he saw kill numbered 2, and they were also the last batch of dragon elephant cavalry soldiers who dismounted from horseback. It was unknown how many enemy warhorses had their stomachs cut open by this child's blade, their legs chopped off. The officer knew that this type of cleverness and vigor was a rare talent, many veteran soldiers might not even have this type of ability. The officer shot a glance at the child's chin. Even his beard was still young and inexperienced. The officer originally wanted to make an exception and become a matchmaker for this child in a year or two, handing over his niece to him. This could also be considered keeping the goodies within the family. A little child who wasn't even 19 years old, who hadn't even tasted a woman before, dying here today, it truly was a pity. Patting the child's shoulder, he said softly, "When we reach the battlefield, compete with your brothers to see who can kill more. If we die early, we might still be able to catch up to them on the road to hell. If we die later, we kill a few more barbarians." The baby-faced soldier wiped his tears and nodded with a smile. The officer glanced at the youth in black clothed. A group of top-notch Jianghu experts appeared out of nowhere and fought endlessly with their lives on the line. 5 or 6 swordsmen who could actually produce sword aura and 40 or so impenetrable giant men were all cleaned up by the young general like slaughtering chickens and dogs. The enemy's viciousness didn't stop here. First, there was an unkillable old man in green who fought with the young general for half a day. Behind him, there was a young swordsman who was sneakily hiding among the cavalry, pretending to be a grandson for a long time. Unexpectedly, a sword actually pierced through the right side of the young general's chest. After this treacherous sword strike, he disappeared without a trace, completely withdrawing from the battlefield. The officer was a veteran. If he said he was completely unafraid of death, he would be deceiving himself and others. With his official position and experience, he had long passed the hot-blooded age of youth. Moreover, he still had a family to feed. It wasn't as if the officer's head was kicked by a donkey for him to calmly face death for no reason. However, to be able to enter Bailiang's Longxiang army, which was ranked among the best in terms of military strength, the officers of the same rank as the officers of the Bailiang were more valiant and good at fighting compared to many of the other Bailiang generals. They didn't have many cunning guts, and the soldiers they brought out were also relatively simple-minded. To the entire Longxiang army, As long as their superiors dared to charge and die, they would dare to fight. Training an army for 1,000 days to use it for an hour. If they were afraid of death, they wouldn't enter the Longxiang army. The officer also started as a small soldier. Who hadn't heard of those soul-stirring battles from the old soldiers? Chu Lushan's 1,000 light cavalry opened the Shu Road. Concubine Tomb 16,000 cavalry fought to the death to the last man. Chen Jibao's battle at the Western Wall rampart brought peace to the world. There were too many battles between Xiang and Fan. The officer knew that after the battle at the Calabash Gate, his acquaintances and friends would definitely talk about it. When his name was mentioned, they would all give him a thumbs up. These words would be passed along with the compensation money back to his hometown. It could be considered that he didn't let down those memorial tablets in the ancestral hall that he had knelt to when he was a child. In the future, when his children grew up, they would also be able to straighten their backs and be upright people. The red-armored Dongzhuo army only had less than 600 soldiers left. What kept them from retreating was the 2,000 mounted soldiers personally led by the general behind them, as well as the Dong clan's military law that would immediately execute anyone who retreated without permission. When they turned their heads to look, they saw a bright red torrent rushing toward them. A large banner was particularly eye-catching. These Dong clan cavalry, who were so exhausted that they could sleep for 3 days as soon as they sat down, felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. But then they felt a little desolate. The invincible Dong clan elite cavalry, 6,000 against 4,000, unexpectedly lost. Around their feet were the corpses of their former comrades, piled up on top of the corpses of the Bailiang people. Many times they fought on foot, stepping into the sticky blood. Every time they raised their feet, it was more strenuous than stepping on the gravel. Many armored soldiers were careless and fell down, and were hacked to death by their opponents. The battle was so fierce that it was hard to tell whether they died under the Bailiang saber or their own Mang saber. Chapter 6:17. Because Beimang rarely had any danger zones to rely on, Beimang's military had always been on the offensive. This caused most of the Beimang army to mistake the Bailiang army for the Bailiang army. The 300,000 cavalrymen were nothing but old news. The military strength of the 8 kingdoms was uneven. How could they be compared to Beimang? Therefore, when the Bailiang army was mentioned, even the most conservative of generals would only think that the 2 armies of Liang Mang were equal in strength. The problem for Beimang was not whether they could defeat Bailiang, but when they could go down south. The Dong cavalry was publicly recognized as an elite force on the front line with Tuoba's 180,000 personal troops. The Dong cavalry was especially good at returning spears. In several fierce battles on the eastern front, the Dong cavalry could guarantee that they could retreat for 100 miles without dispersing. This time, when they came to rescue Maolong military town, it was said that the enemy only had 4,000 cavalrymen. Who wouldn't see this as an easy military achievement? A cavalryman of the Dong family heaved a sigh of relief. He adjusted his helmet and lowered his head. He recalled a ballad that had become popular in the army at some point in time. The Dong family's young men rode on horseback with swords and spears, dying on the backs of their horses. Don't cry your heart out for your wives, and your children will be Dong family's men again. The 2 armies had 600 men against 900 men. There were no longer any horses to ride, so they could only fight on foot. The black-clothed youth was stabbed in the chest. The assassin retreated after the successful attack and didn't even retrieve his sword. He didn't manage to pull out that sword during the fierce battle with Gong Pu afterward. The deputy mountain master of Bingbing Mountain's tendons and veins had long been severed, turning him into a boneless corpse. The youth touched his body and turned into a completely scarlet black tiger. He looked around and pulled out a blade from the abdomen of a dead cavalryman by his feet. The cavalryman was a dragon elephant cavalryman, and the blade was actually the northern cold blade. It could be seen how chaotic this bloody battle was. Su Longxiang chopped off Gong Pu's head and bent down to pick it up. He grabbed it by the hair and raised it high. The 900 Long Xiang army immediately roared together, fight to the death. One of the captains saw that many of the cavalrymen were holding Bei Mang's swords and said in a deep voice, "Change your swords." There were no horses, only 900 Beiliang sabers. The 600 Dongzhuo cavalrymen also changed their sabers at the same time. Dongzhuo wasn't a general who liked to personally charge and break through enemy lines, but now that the battle had reached this point, he had no choice but to fight. In his heart, he also wanted to personally chop down several dozen dragon elephant cavalry. No matter how much the Southern dynasty despised the fatty's character, they did not dare to deny Dongzhuo's talent as a commander. General Lu Gui even raised the stubborn young man who talked back from time to time to the height of Gu Jiantang and Qin Jibao. He believed that Dongzhuo would continue to rise in the war between Bei Mang and the Liang dynasty, which was destined to be a great war, and become another military pillar of Bei Mang after Tuoba. With the green spring spear in hand, Dongzhuo took the lead and charged forward. He stared fixedly at the object in the bag that was gradually becoming an arrow at the end of its flight, Ren Tu's second son, Su Longxiang. Everyone knew that Dongzhuo was greedy for life and afraid of death, but this did not mean that Dongzhuo's battle strength was mediocre. This time, for his son-in-law, Mount Tibing had paid a heavy price. The Penglai cauldron-carrying slaves took out more than half, the guest officials took out a third, and even the Bei Mang's #1 Vidra elder, Gong Pu, was moved out of the mountain. Such a group of death warriors actually couldn't exhaust the black-clothed youth to death. Moreover, there was also a Zhuyan chief assassin helping out. Dongzhuo had no choice but to accept. If it were any other Finger Xian realm expert, they would have to obediently die more than twice. Dongzhuo already knew that this was hugging his father-in-law's thigh. He made a scene and begged his father-in-law to personally take action. At this point, it was useless to think too much. Dongzhuo was also not the kind of person who could not let go of things. His bottom line was that he was willing to sacrifice another 1,000 cavalry lives to kill that Su Longxiang. Corpses strewn all over the field would impede the cavalry's attack speed. 600 Dongzhuo's infantry and cavalry only delayed the 900 Long Xiang army. They did not continue to fight. When the 2,000 cavalry approached, they quickly ran to the sides and left the battlefield, clearing a space for them to charge. The 2,000 cavalry rushed over the 900 reefs like a flood. It was similar to the autumn harvest of rice in the Central Plains. This kind of rude and unreasonable waiting for an exhausted enemy to arrive at a leisurely pace achieved a huge result. In one round, they killed nearly 200 men of the Long Xiang army, and their side only lost 80 cavalry. Dongzhuo's green spring spear easily killed and wounded more than 10 extremely tired infantry and cavalry. Of the 80 casualties, half of them were torn apart by the black-clothed youth. Passing through the entire infantry formation, Dongzhuo turned his horse around and looked at the group of reefs that were riddled with holes but still stood firm. Even with Dongzhuo's cold-bloodedness, he still had an indescribable feeling. In the future, would his 60,000 men of the Dong family have to face this kind of Beiliang army head-on? Even if he became the only official with power in the imperial court, how many of them would be left? The Dong family army was a direct line of troops that he had spent 10 years to nurture. If one died, there would be one less, and it would be extremely difficult to fill the gap. He still had the confidence to fight against Gu Jiantang on the eastern front, but against the Beiliang cavalry, Dongzhuo did not have much confidence. Dongzhuo launched the second wave of attacks. Apart from this, he also sent out several hundred cavalry to take on the responsibility of circling around and hunting, not giving the remnants of the Long Xiang army any chance to catch their breath. The baby-faced soldier glanced at the familiar lieutenant beside him who had been stabbed by a northern barbarian spear after killing 2 cavalry. He did not have a sad expression and clenched the Beiliang blade in his hand. The little flea was dead, the old sergeant who always liked to talk dirty was dead, and now the lieutenant was also dead. They were all dead. No matter what, it should be his turn. He grinned. After the second wave of attacks, another 300 men of the 600 Long Xiang army had died. When Dong Zhuo was prepared to completely eliminate this group of stubborn Bailiang soldiers, it was actually not them who launched the first attack, but the black-clothed youth who began to run towards him. Was he trying to stall for time with his life? Dong Zhuo narrowed his eyes and clenched his teeth. If nothing unexpected happened, Li Gujuan should have already rushed over to clean up the battlefield. Yellow sand suddenly rose from the mouth of the gourd. Only white horses and white armor could be seen between heaven and earth. Dong Zhuo fiercely spat out a mouthful of saliva, staring and cursing, F*CKU, Wang Songpu, Lu Gui, Yang Yuanzan, these old bastards 18 generations of ancestors, tricked me into fighting to the death with the great snow dragon cavalry. Dong Zhuo roared without hesitation, "Sergeant, get off your horse and give it to the infantry soldiers. Retreat!" The general in white armor and silver spear rushed to the battlefield. He glanced at the 2,000 Dong Zhuo soldiers and did not pursue. He walked up to the black-clothed youth with a sword in his chest and said respectfully, "This general, Yuan Zuozong, greets the general." The youth only tilted his head and asked, "Where is my brother?"